Got me like. Got me like. Got me like. Got me like.
There's a little game and it's called Elden Ring. It's got a world and a story that is making me sing. They got the author of Game of Thrones writing the thing, so you know that shit is good as fuck. Praise the king. I'm running around, checking the town, cleaning up dragons and giants and knights with all kinds of lights, and I hear a little voice in the distance.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I cannot miss this.
Oh my stars!
Bitch, are you a jar?
I'm so happy to see you!
Fuck that, I wanna be you.
I am Alexander, and I'm stuck in this hole. I'm also called the Iron Fist.
Listen, bitch, you got me like,
And I don't know why I am horny for this bucket getting mystified. I've got attention divine. I should probably find the Elden Ring, but this just I wonder what's inside. I'd like to bathe in the innards of this fucking guy. I cannot stand by when the least I could do is make this ceramic pot fly.
Please, sir, give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big.
you just fucking made my whole year.
Ah, well played. The pleasure is mine. Prithee, take some rotted flesh as a thanks for your time.
Wait, hold up, hold on. Was that flesh up inside you?
Why, yes, fallen enemies I put up inside me.
Oh, damn, now I'm jealous that I'm not up inside you. If I let you kick my ass, could I be all up inside you? What am I thinking, man? This bowl got me fan on my face. The way this fucker talks, putting me in my place. Disgrace to let my parents know that I'm simping a vase when he's like,
Filling my heart with vigor.
that's just making my penis bigger.
You and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? You and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee?
Got me like.
Must have left my heart ajar, cause I'm thinking now I might be in love with a jar. Might think it's quite bizarre, but I'm looking at other kitchen implements and they... Is there a warrior spoon? Oh fuck, the thought of its curvy body's making me swoon. I guess I better admit that I am sexually attracted to things that I cook stuff with.
Yo, the more I look, I see ladies around staring at me. There's a witch named Ronnie, but it ain't the right time. See, her forearms are on me, but none of them cook on me. In fear, I see ya, but I can't guarantee ya as I gaze into your eyes on this bed from Ikea. But that blessing, when you're pressing me into your chest, isn't impressing me more than the stainless steel zest. Out of a puff of vapor appears Melina, but you know that steamy babe isn't a milk steamer. Got a pica Roderica who's spirit tuning, but a spoon is the soonest thing you'll find me spooning.
I think I'm losing my mind. Should I see a therapist or make a blender my bride? No matter what I do, the thought of fucking that sexy piece of hunky porcelain. Maybe I should confront all of my feelings, talk to Alexander and be blunt. I'm gonna give it all I got. I'm gonna stop repressing my depressing thoughts and try to fuck that pot.
So, I just arrived in the Caelid Wilds. See my boy Alexander and I'm all smiles. Check my breath, comb my hair, and I look over there, and guarding a castle door, a dinosaur-sized motherfucking giant pot. Oh God, what do? Alexander's waving at me now, but now I got new feelings for the massive pot. Maybe I should have tried to make it work with Millie and her Scarlet Rot.
He's lifting up his foot. How did he know that I'm into that kind of...
Oh my stars! Well, as long as no one's using this meat, I guess I could just put this into my jar body. Yes. Yes.
You got me like. Got me like. Got me like. Got me like.
There's a little game and it's called Elden Ring. It's got a world and a story that is making me sing. They got the author of Game of Thrones writing the thing, so you know that shit is good as fuck. Praise the king. I'm running around, checking the town, cleaning up dragons and giants and knights with all kinds of blights, and I hear a little voice in the distance.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, I cannot miss this.
Oh, my stars.
Bitch, are you a jar?
I'm so happy to see you.
Fuck that, I wanna be you.
I am Alexander, and I'm stuck in this hole. I'm also called the Iron Fist.
Listen, bitch, you got me like,
And I don't know why I am horny for this bucket getting mystified. I've got attention divine. I should probably find the Elden Ring, but this just I wonder what's inside. I'd like to bathe in the innards of this fucking guy. I cannot stand by when the least I could do is make this ceramic pot fly.
Please, sir, give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big.
you just fucking made my whole year.
Ah, well played. The pleasure is mine. Prithee, take some rotted flesh as a thanks for your time.
Wait, hold on. Was that flesh up inside you?
Why, yes, fallen enemies I put up inside me.
Oh, damn, now I'm jealous that I'm not up inside you. If I let you kick my ass, could I be all up inside you? What am I thinking, man? This bowl got me fan on my face. The way this fucker talks, putting me in my place. Disgrace to let my parents know that I'm simping a vase when he's like,
Filling my heart with vigor.
that's just making my penis bigger.
You and me, little brown jugs, don't die in lumps thee. You and me, little brown jugs, don't die in lumps thee.
Must have left my heart ajar, cause I'm thinking now I might be in love with a jar. Might think it's quite bizarre, but I'm looking at other kitchen implements and they... Is there a warrior spoon? Oh fuck, the thought of its curvy body's making me swoon. I guess I better admit that I am sexually attracted to things that I cook stuff with.
Yo, the more I look, I see ladies around staring at me. There's a witch named Ronnie, but it ain't the right time. See, her forearms are on me, but none of them cook on me. And Fia, I see ya, but I can't guarantee ya as I gaze into your eyes on this bed from Ikea. But that blessing, when you're pressing me into your chest, isn't impressing me more than a stainless steel zest. Out of a puff of vapor appears Melina, but you know that steamy babe isn't a milk steamer. Got a pica Roderica who's spirit tuning, but a spoon is the soonest thing you'll find me spooning.
I think I'm losing my mind. Should I see a therapist or make a blender my bride? No matter what I do, the thought of fucking that sexy piece of hunky porcelain. Maybe I should confront all of my feelings, talk to Alexander and be blunt. I'm gonna give it all I've got. I'm gonna stop repressing my depressing thoughts and try to fuck that pot.
So, I just arrived in the Caelid Wilds. See my boy Alexander and I'm all smiles. Check my breath, comb my hair, and I look over there, and guarding a castle door, a dinosaur-sized motherfucking giant pot. Oh God, what do I do? Alexander's waving at me now, but now I got new feelings for the massive pot. Maybe I should have tried to make it work with Billy and her Scarlet Rot.
He's lifting up his foot. How did he know that I'm into that kind of...
Oh, my stars. Well, as long as no one's using this meat, I guess I could just put this into my jar body. Yes. Yes.
You got me like, got me like,
I forgot I had it looping. Shoto! Hello! Hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to me losing my mind. Hello. Hope you're doing well. This is on the right. Typed in the right game, right? Yes. Just gotta wait for it to open. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good week. Hope you're gonna have a good weekend. Last stream, I got a little salty, and his stream, kind of salty, so I'm coming back, hopefully, in a less, angry mood. I guess the fight is a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. I even went around and looked up and found where the rest of the Shadow Tree fragments and stuff were to get just a little bit more bump on health and damage, and it didn't do much. It was good. Had an impromptu 5-day weekend. Interesting when a massive winter storm hit town. Oh, and closed courthouse for 2 days. Interesting. Was it a good weekend though? Do you still get paid for that, since it's not like vacation days, but it's not like that's under your control or anything. Yeah, we're at the top of the world. They had one last gross, creepy spider thing in like an offshoot path just to fuck with me one last time. But other than that, we're on top of the world. And I do really love this. I love all the clouds below us. How pretty it looks. I like that. And also, you can see through the mountain, because for some reason the path that you walk up isn't loaded, and so it's just an empty kind of gouge in the mountain that you can see through, which is kind of funny. But yeah, we get administrative leave for those days, and the days off were good. I was holed up in town with a friend so that I wasn't stranded out in the boonies. That's good. I think that's a good plan. I hope you stayed warm. Hope you stayed comfy and cozy. I unequipped it. Yes, I did make and equip this because this boss is supposed to be weak to rot. It didn't seem to do a whole lot, so I stopped trying. There it is. The pole blade of the bud. This thing. It's very cool looking. It does Scarlet Rot damage and build up. You can do this, which is very cool. But because of how fast this boss is, it doesn't really hit them. So I stopped trying. I can also put my helmet back on. No. I like this better. Also, I'm gonna get my goop back. It's very comfy and cozy. I get to snuggle with our dolls. Oh, that's the best. Hell yeah. And so, I am going into this at level 212. 250,000 runes. Can I get up that far? No. So there's two things that make this boss, kind of annoying. One, him. And two, the fact that the two summons you can summon take forever to get up, because I can't summon Tialie until he's done summoning. So there's like a good like 40-second wait between, and I have to wait until he summons before I walk through the gate. So there's like a good 40 seconds to almost a minute of waiting between every attempt, just waiting for the summons to show up. Which sucks, because I would like to get into the fight constantly, and I don't know why FromSoft hasn't made NPCs summon instantaneously, and why you can't do them simultaneously. Like, for like, when you're summoning players, I get it, that makes sense. But why can't I just get them both instantaneously and walk through the door? So, that adds a little bit of annoyance to it, just because I'd like to get back into the fight, and instead I have to sit here and wait a little bit, but... So actually, they would make a faster weapon apply rod. Probably. You're probably right. I can't sit down when I have these two up, so I'll try it next time and see if there's any weapons I could probably put. Cause I think I have other katanas I could put it on. Like, I don't have any other Uchi katanas, but I probably can put it on one of these other katanas. One of these should have the ability to do it, but yeah, I could try that. And so yes, but the main reason why this boss is a bitch is because of the moveset. He is so fast and does so much damage. So slurp on that. Gonna walk through, summon me.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
I don't think I have any runes left. Let's check. No, cool. Don't have to worry about those things. Yeah, and I don't know how to dodge that without taking damage. I thought I dodged way too soon there. Yep, there we go. And like there might be an attempt that I try without the summons, because every summon you get increases the health and defense of the boss, and so coming in with 2 summons already is quite the boost. But it's like a story thing, and I'd like to, you know, I'd like to see if there's anything special for beating the boss with them alive. I don't know if there will be, but I want to see. Okay, so what's in my flask at the moment? Negates damage radiation to reduce excessive attack power. That's what it is. So yes, that's why I'm drinking it, because it makes my attacks a little bit better. Oh yeah, the speedy bitch is for phase 2. Right now he's a jumpy bitch. Soon he's gonna be a jumpy speedy bitch. And it's both. And when I say speedy, I mean speedy. Like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog type shit. It's wild. No spoilies. I did not do you. I really should have spent more time on character creation, but oh well. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Ooh, did it way too late that time. I'm gonna die.
General Radahn.
This is interesting.
After all this time. But
Well, that was
those
less damage than
remains
usually does
do
to me.
not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So unfortunately, you miss out on the little introductory cutscene that happened before the fight. But I'll play the if I get to phase 2. I'll show you the yeah, it's a nice poison. So he does seem to be pretty susceptible to poison at least, which is nice. And like I could potentially try, and he's also susceptible to bleed, which is also nice. I could potentially try and give my other me the pole arm and see if they do any better. But I'd rather have them, because they can kind of just tank through attacks and not really care, because they have a lot more health than me. I prefer having them on bleed so they can just hack and slash and hack and slash and hack and slash. You know what? Let's, just in case I want to use it, why not? That's probably a bad idea. Why are you not jumping? There we go.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong
I
to
didn't
you.
talk to my flask.
Lord Moog will have
I was like, well, why am I not? I'm over here now. Yeah, I haven't figured out that one yet, so why sometimes I go off to the side and then at him. Yeah, so he just bled, so he is susceptible to bleeding. Ow. Alright, so it's a second flask. Okay. Oh, my mimic here is already almost dead. Like, also, I don't know what to do with that attack. Okay. Phase 2. So now we get the Speedy Weedy Boy.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Miquella, and my promised consort, Radahn.
I should have healed. Ah. Oh, can you not do that to me? Okay, there we go. This is what I'm talking about. Woo! Okay. I think my mimic appears gonna not make it. Yep, there it goes. Although I'm surprised that Dialier and Onslaught have taken virtually no damage, but I have. So yeah, so now we have the same moveset, plus more, and all of his moves now also have extra holy damage. Don't mind him, he's just doing a little Jesus thing, it's fine. And yeah, and he has that attack where he, like, attacks, like, 6 times, like, teleporting. So he's sending these little, like Naruto-ass clones out. To attack you, and yeah, it's rough. It is rough. So yeah, so last stream was, I think I streamed for about 3 hours, maybe less. I don't know. Hold on, can I check? I can just go to almost 4 hours. I mean, to be fair, a good portion of that was me doing going around and getting the Shadow Tree fragment, so that took maybe about an hour, but still, like, a good, like, 3 hours of just fighting. Oh no, I think I also took some time to get up here, so I'd say about 2 hours of fighting this guy. So this could be a very short stream or a very long stream. I'm assuming it'll be a long stream, but for all I know, I'll get him in like 3 more attempts, and I'll have to decide if I want to call it there or do something else. But oof. Also, I think I've seen people talk about the grab attack. Have you seen what happens with that? I have yet to be grabbed by it. I saw that time other me was grabbed, and then one time before Ansbach was grabbed, but I have not been grabbed by it yet myself. It puts a little like symbol over their head, and I don't know what that does or means, but they haven't like turned on me, which is what I thought was going to happen, so I'm glad about that.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm gonna die. Oh, it wasn't Dana. Cool. That's an ominous phrase. Oh, I'm dead. Ominous thing to say there, Shut up. Haha, you see me? Ominous. I'm concerned. So yeah, so I appreciate that Tialier is here because he does cause that poison buildup, which is nice. If I can get both poison and rot, that'd be great, but I honestly don't know if you can proc both simultaneously on bosses. I genuinely don't know. And I tried looking it up and things were inconclusive. it makes sense you would be able to, but it also makes equally sense that you wouldn't. Like, you can only proc like one like thing at a time. So you should be concerned. Yes. Great. I have a concern.
General Radahn,
What's the dodge?
a pleasure to see you.
Well, I'm dead.
But those remains
Like, I don't
do
know
not
how to
belong to
dodge
you.
that attack
Lord Mo
because it
will
hits
have
like
his dignity.
3 times back to back to back. And so if you dodge the first one, you get hit by the last one. And if you don't dodge the first one, you get hit by the first one, and you obviously invincibility frames through the last two. But like I don't know how to avoid getting hit by them at all. So I've tried running to the side, and it seems like it tracks too well to be able to get out of the way of them. But I should try. I think I do keep dodging like towards it, and I think that's not working. So I need to try running to the side and trying that. If you can have multiple statuses proc, I think fair is fair. I mean, I agree. But they're bosses, so they're different. Also, there's like this thing of hair here is not cooperating. It's bugging me.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Alright, it's a re-rack. Try that again. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm dead again. And can you go back to that first and second try where I actually got into phase 2? That'd be great. I missed that. That was pretty swanky. So you do anything interesting during your 5-day weekend other than just hanging out with your friend? Like, do you think you should do anything cool, anything fun, or do you just enjoy not working for a while? I hope you get some good sleep, some good rest. Just hung that up. I mean, it sounds like a good time to me. So by the way, since he like is living out in the boonies, like intentional choice, or is it just like what you can afford, or is it like close to work or something?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do
Even
not
if we wanted
belong
to go
you.
somewhere, basically everything was shut
Lord
down.
Moog will have his dignity.
Was it? How bad was the storm? It sounds rough. Were you like snowed in, or was it just like the wind was really bad? Or I don't understand snow. As a Floridian, snow is a foreign concept to me. I don't know what all happens when things are snowed in. Like, I know in concept, but I don't know in practice. Oh, I'm curious. Okay, so Tialia does still come. That's cool. Well,
those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Dead. Yep. Sad. For some reason, it's behind him too. Good to know. Pooh. That's where I ended up when I start my next job. I definitely want to move closer to town. Ooh. Do you already have know what your next job will be, or is that like a near future thing, or is that in a year or so or longer? We got 8 inches of snow overnight Sunday, then Monday it rained all day so the roads were super treacherous. Oh, then more snow on top of the slush as everything froze. Okay, yeah, that does not seem great. Things are better, but the roads are still super icy and they'll probably stay that way. Please drive safe. Please, everyone around you also drive safe. That does not sound, that sounds threatening. Harrowing is the term. I didn't mean to use that. I meant to do that.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
I like that he
Lord
can
Moog
do
will
blood
have
flame
his
because he
dignity.
is in Moog's body. I think that's a cool touch. I also think he aggroes back onto you as a player way too quickly because he will, as soon as I touch him even once, he gets instantly aggroed on me, and it takes several hits for any of the NPCs to get his attention. If I touch him once, he instantly turns on me, which I think is a little rude. Roll Jesus thing for a bit. Be a big explosion. Followed by a bunch of little small explosions that chase after me. Ow! And then he does that. Woo! Okay. Hey, there are other people that exist in the world. Never mind. In a year or so, I think I know where I'm aiming. I'm rooting for you. I've been driving icy roads since I was a teenager. It's not the worst. It's not the best, though. It's not ideal. You do the most damage, I guess. I mean, I guess, technically, but, it's rude. Ads are going to start, so I'm going to summon and wait. Got a minute and a half. Oh, I'm slightly off center. No, can't do that. Hold on. Plus, I'm gonna lay in the sand where it's a little bit comfier. Come on, work with me here. Is better? Better. There we go. Yeah. We'll go in a bit, guys. Just 30 seconds. So, how's the weather? It's a cool scythe, by the way. Can I get that scythe? I want that scythe. So, come here often, or... And we're back. Okay. Sorry, I was having small talk with them. They're not the best conversationalists. Anyway. Jump at me.
General Radahn.
Okay, or you can do that. That's...
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Sounds like these where I imagine being a shield wielder would make my life a lot easier. But alas, I am not a shield wielder. A shielder, if you will.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Like, doing this solo must be rough. Because he attacks consistently, and just like, it would be very difficult to find a place to get an attack in. Damn it! And then this happens sometimes where it goes into phase 2 while I'm dying, so I just get to do this, and he's gonna T-pose on me. It also doesn't help that the dude seems to really like switching up his power. He does. Like, I've learned that if you stay near the door, he will do his jump spinny thing, which is very easy to dodge. But if you deviate even slightly, he will then do something completely different, like that big suck attack, which I don't like when he sucks me. With the attack, it's annoying and rude.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his...
Yeah, so now you know why I got real salty last stream. This guy is an ass. And this is post-nerf, for the record. I've learned that he has been nerfed since launch. At launch, he was a lot harder. Which makes me a little sad that I didn't get to fight him pre-nerf, because this will be the only, as far as I know, the only Elden Ring boss that I've fought post-nerf. I've always managed to get to the bosses before they've been nerfed. I think I gotten defeated Melania before she got nerfed a little bit. I could be wrong about that, but I think I got to her beforehand. And so I'm a little disappointed. But also, if he's this much of an ass post-nerf, I cannot imagine what he was like pre-nerf.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
There are other people that exist in this world, but dude, there's other people! Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Like, I genuinely don't know how he would do this without support. Like, he just attacks constantly. And like, I've heard that there are people who have really good luck with the basically the Sekiro charm, which lets you block with your weapon like Sekiro, and it deals significantly less damage to you when you do so. And it feels like a lot of the bosses are built around that you're meant to kind of use that kind of quick block technique. But I haven't spec'd my character that way, and I haven't had any practice, and I sure don't want to practice on the final boss. Yep. Oh, nope. There he is. Just being a little slow.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I think I did get him brought at that time. Or no, he poisoned. Never mind. So because of how icy your roads are, how are the drivers in Alaska compared to other places? Because I feel like down here in Florida, where it's basically the only thing you have to worry about is when it rains really bad, most people drive like absolute ass because it's usually fairly normal conditions, and when it's not normal conditions, nothing changes. They still drive like ass. But with the requirement of, hey, the road is like actively tactfully different and dangerous, does that impact? Does that make? Oh, there's still morons. Great.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those
And, like,
remains do not
ooh,
belong
okay,
to
running
you.
and dodging to the side
Lord
works.
Moog will have his dignity.
Like I want to learn more about Alaska. It seems like a very cool place to. Don't die. Okay, seems like a cool place. Yes. So many classics already. This is stupid. I should have been here. Ow! I'm gonna die. I'm surprised I am still alive. Oh, you're taking other meat. Can you not do that? Oh, I'm out of stuff. Well. Damn it. So the thing is, this weapon does just like normally inflict rot if I just attack normally with it. So I might try that and stop trying to do the big rot attacks, just because they are flashing and they do build up a good amount. I feel like it's hard to hit, and I feel like I can probably hit more by just doing DS. Just means I get to be extra passive aggressive about road safety. How does one be passive aggressive in a car? I would like to learn this. Speaking of cars, I recently watched a Technology Connections video. Great channel, by the way, if you're interested in how technology works. Talking about this problem. I would like to not be in your tank right now.
General Radahn, a pleasure
on them,
to see
please.
you. After all this time. But those remains do not
About
belong to
MP3
you.
CDs, and I
Lord
found out that
Moog
my
will have his
very
dignity.
old car, not very old, like my 2012 car, has a MP3 CD player in it, which means I can make an MP3 CD and use that to listen to music, which is cool. I'm dead, which means I can hold like 40 hours worth of music or something. Because I don't have an auxiliary port, so I can't. What I usually do is I just pull up YouTube, put my phone on maximum volume, and stick it in the cup holder, so it kind of amplifies the music just by being in a cup holder. But having it go through my actual speakers would be very nice. And like I have a few CDs, I have a few Ninja Sex Party CDs and a few Twerp CDs. But you know, I'd like a little more variety. So, the closer they get to my bumper, the slower I get to get to lessen the chance they'll. The slower I get, to lessen the chance they'll slide into me. Good idea. And if I spook them with the occasional fake wiggle on the road, that's between me and God. So question, is Alaska an at-fault state like Florida is? Which is, in case it's not, you don't know what that means. Alright, I'm over here now.
General Radahn.
It means that, if, no matter what the cause is, if someone hits you in the rear, like rear ends you, or you rear end someone, you are at fault for the accident. No matter what the cause is, even if it's the person in front of you being stupid, if you hit someone from behind, you are at fault. And so, hence why a lot of accident lawyers flock to Florida because of that. Why, like, Morgan & Morgan is so prominent, and like bunch of numbers, Payne, whatever that one is, because people can get a lot of money if you get rear-ended, and there are rumors of there are supposedly people who purposely try and get rear-ended for specifically so they can go through that process and sue and get money for like insurance. I don't like being over here.
General Radahn.
I don't know how to dodge that attack.
Pleasure to see you.
Stop it. Stop it. Look at, focus on anyone else.
Belong to you.
Look at someone else.
Will have his dignity.
Yeah. And like, I think there's like some slight loophole that like if you have like hard evidence that the person like in front of you did something like clearly stupid, you might be able to get out of it. And I think that's like a lot of people drive around with hood dash cams for that purpose, or at least in the hopes that they can use that for whatever reason. I don't know if that actually is true or not. I don't know. I've not looked into it because I don't particularly. But I know a lot of people do go through the effort of installing dash cams.
After all this time, but those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Can you stop thinking on other me? Okay, you can go back and think on other me now. Never mind. Alright, right now. Sorry. And like, people apparently like make like good money. Like the lawyers are as massive as they are for a reason. For whether that's a good reason or not. But I'll give Morgan & Morgan credit though. They at least petitioned hard for legalizing marijuana, so I mean that's something. But I don't like this attack.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fuck. Goddamn. believe I didn't get hit by any of that. You know, give him credit. Yali and Andra can take a fucking beating in this one. Oh, okay, you made it.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Now I have to say, that's concerning. What does this mean? That's the first time I've heard like the voice line to go along with it, so I guess only when you're grabbed. That's cool. I feel like I don't want to hear. Two flasks in a dream. Oh well, the LA is down. Wait, no! I didn't know that could happen. Oh, well, now it's just me and Ansbach. Alright, Ansbach. You and me. Okay. Well. No! Oh, that's the farthest I've gotten, though. I had a little eagle over my head or something. Okay, progress though. You can see how warm it is in this room by the fact this was iced down originally. And so, go back to the start of the stream, which was less than an hour ago. This was like a bright pinkish red because these glasses like change color when they're cold. And now it's not. It's now lukewarm. Went from ice down to lukewarm. And that is why I have a fan constantly blowing on me while I'm on this computer, just off screen there. I have to keep it fairly quiet when I'm streaming, otherwise it comes up across the mic. Which, to be fair, I think it's always coming across the mic, but I think it's quiet enough that it probably can't hear it. But it does. It is like on the little like mic meter, so man, was he like you don't want to know. Whatever you're dealing with is infinitely better than what I am dealing with. I promise you. I would take being cold every day of the year over being hot. I hate being hot. I hate sweating. I hate heat. I like being warm and cozy with the caveat that it has to already be cold beyond that.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
In Florida,
Moog
you get like a week of being able to be warm and cozy. That's the weird thing. Is like every now and then that attack that pulling me towards him shoots me away. I'm not complaining because it does save me from taking a shit ton of damage, but it is weird. I don't know what caused it. I'm dead. Like you're like constantly in cuddle weather, which is great. Here it is constantly get the fuck away from me because body heat is too hot. I think I mentioned this in the past, but like my parents bought like an inflatable hot tub, and they constantly ask me, "Hey, you want to get in the hot tub?" Like, fuck no. You live in Florida. What do you mean get in a hot tub? Like, in what world? Ooh, if I end up if I end up beating the boss without seeing it, yes.
General Radahn.
but
A pleasure to
if
see you.
I get, I mean, I guess I did get caught in a
But
dip.
those remains do not
So
belong
is
to
there
you.
more to
Lord
it
Mo
than
will
just
have
because
his
I assume that symbol that was over my head does something. See, like I'm over here. It's very weird. Oh, that went fine. There's more. Concerning. Step on it. That is not my kink. Why did that instantly kill me? What the hell? Why did that do so much damage to me? What the fuck? Ooh, why do I have 2 messages on Discord? Hold on. What's going on Discord? Sorry. Okay, so Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Nothing super, like, critical. Well, one was more important than the other. One was a server I'm in but don't interact with, mentioning like an event or something. Okay, anyway, sorry. Back to this. So like what's the, like, on average, what's the warmest it gets in Alaska? And then I guess what's like the most extreme warmth you've gotten? I forgot to change weapons. Oops. Hopefully that's fine.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those
You know what? Let's try.
remains
Let's try having my other me use
Lord Mo will have his
this
dignity.
weapon instead. See what happens. See how it goes. I got 3 minutes before an ad starts. Depends on where you are. Up in Fairbanks, it's super dry. We can get up to the 90s at the apex of summer. All the way up there? How? What what? That's like the, what? You're so close to the Arctic Circle. How do you get anything above like 70 at most? That's wild to me that you can get that hot. That's like a typical summer day down here.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Before trying to have an itchy cheek. See? A lot of sun, no humidity, no. I guess, yeah, because I guess you do have a lot of direct sunlight because of the fact that on certain parts of the year it never sets, so you don't get like the fluctuation of like night and day. It's just constant sunlight. So I guess that does make sense. So how about like on the coast then? Are you, I guess, I mean obviously don't be too specific, but like are you coastal or are you inland? 24 hours of sun, yeah. Yeah. So I guess that does make sense. I don't like it, but it does make sense. The sun do be toasty.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Jeez, I'm Central Alaska. Ah, so you are in the portion where it does get a toasty then, I imagine. That's extremely disappointing. I was like, ooh man, going to Alaska would be great, because then like you get way less heat. I'd never have to worry about hot weather. It'd be great. Like that seems like such a great place to be. And then no. The answer is no. That is woefully disappointing. And that's about to start, so I'm just gonna lay down for a bit. But like, man, why can't the Earth give us something good? I mean, true, it is significantly less heat, definitely on average. Like I said, average summer day is 90, like every day for like weeks, and then you can get up to like 110s on like really, really bad days. So like, fair point. And like, cause like Florida does have the benefit of being a peninsula, so like there's even in the center of Florida where I am, it is, I shouldn't be talking about this, the ad's about to start, but like because we're surrounded by water, even here in the center of the state, like temperature is relatively like normalized because of the ocean and like wind currents coming off of the ocean. So like it could definitely be a lot worse. Like that definitely helps quite a bit, but summer's usually like 70s. That would be great. That is our winter. I'll continue talking after the ad, so I don't think you can hear me at the moment. That's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. How about here? Yeah, it kind of works. I think that's small enough you cannot see what it says at all, but hey, at least it works. So that's something. I'll ask Shoto when she comes back, or when she's able to see again. Welcome back. Question 1. Can you read this? I don't think you can. I think it is too small. But then again, depending on like if it's full screen or not, because like I'm like smaller screen than what you would normally see. But like, I don't think this is legible. It sticks, but I don't think it's legible. But let me know if you can read that. I'm also whatever I'm being asked to read is very much lost on. Fair enough.
Those remains do not belong
Fair
to you.
enough. It's my little I voted by mail sticker, and I figured, hey, you know, while the ad's going, I'm bored and I want to do something, so I stuck it here, because it wouldn't stick to my mic. I figured it's way too small to read, but hey, it's there. It's there in spirit. So that's something. But yeah, summer being in the 70s sounds great, actually. That seems so much nicer. I don't need to wait for you. I can just go. You'll join eventually. Jump at me. Come on.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. I now know how to fairly consistently dodge it. I'm over here now. Die. The thing is, I don't actually know if the status elements continue into phase 2 anyway, so I don't know if I brought them now, if it'll even matter. I am assuming they will be wiped. I haven't been paying attention whenever he's been poisoned going into phase 2, whether or not he remains poisoned, but I'm assuming he does not. Oh yeah, music fucking slaps. It is, like, no matter what happens, FromSoft, at the very least, has some incredible music. I'm excited to peruse. Oh, I dodged. I panicked and dodged way too much and way too soon. Okay, thank you. Thank you for taunting me. Getting a good, God perching on your shoulder sure seems like it would cure any ailments. True. A God-on-God sandwich does seem to, would, I imagine, help. I was talking about something, I immediately forgot what it was. What the fuck was I just talking about? Oh, I'm excited to get pull the music from this DLC. So I've been purposely avoiding it because usually the names of the songs are the names of the bosses themselves.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
The sad thing is, I think I am better off just being a distraction than actually trying to deal damage. I can, like, maybe get, like, 2 or 3 hits in, and then I'm getting my ass just beaten down. But, because, like I said, he does focus entirely on me as soon as I hit him once, I think my goal is to basically just be a distraction to let my summons do all the work. Way too early. It's a problem. No, it's not. I haven't really had a chance to pay attention to the music. I like how quiet it is. Oh, well, hi.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage.
Hey, Radahn, can you get out of my
guided by
titties? Thanks.
compassion.
Alright, Tialia is dead. Not great. I'm dead. Fuck. I've been getting him down lower than normal, which is good. It means I am making progress sometimes. Being a viable strategy. It certainly seems to be. I would like to try and make it with both of them surviving. So whenever Tialia dies, it is disappointing. But the fact that Tialia is the one who tends to die first does mean Tialia is putting out a lot of damage. It means his poison attacks are very strong, which makes sense because he gets to be at like kind of a mid-distance when he uses them because of the fact they are ranged. So it makes sense that he's putting out a lot of damage without being punished too much for it. But it also makes it where he's a big target, and so Radahn does kind of
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But
that
those
was rude.
remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
My nose is itchy. Focus on me, please. Hit me from. I hate that I had a slight hitbox behind him. Okay, so note to self, I should just run. Alright, eagle
promise
time.
you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh, fuck! I wonder if that big blaster had more range. More range! It already takes up like half to 75% of the field! What are you doing, FromSoft? What do you mean it's bigger? It's absurd. Shouldn't have done this. Shouldn't have done this. I know better than that.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh my god, I cannot believe! Won't be way too soon. Stop it. Get it! This is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid. I was hoping I could maybe get the bleed off. I'm gonna die. I dodged more of those attacks than I should have. Okay, now you're mad at me. Fuck. So yeah, so this guy is a bit of a bitch. He's a little speedy weedy. The sad thing is, I've now watched Playframe. I've talked about in the past. Dan Floyd has just started a seamless co-op randomizer run of this with his friend, also Dan Jones, one of 3 Dans on that channel. And it's now making me want to do find someone who'd be down to do a seamless co-op randomizer run. It looks like fun.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Close. I'm getting closer sometimes. You're correct. Sometimes I'm very much not. Case in point. But sometimes. Sometimes. That horseshoe's getting just a little bit closer. Because it is fun doing randomizers, because it'd be nice, because I do always tend to gravitate, as you can see, to the katanas. Like even the DLC, when I found a bunch of new weapons, I'm still using the katanas from the base game. So it'd be nice to go into randomizers where I am forced to use new weapons, just to kind of shake out my playstyle. Would be cool. Need to face you pretty consistently though. To define consistency. No, not when I'm gonna drink.
General Radahn,
I forgot that explodes.
see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
That's all it is to me. This is a rough fight. Hence why I chose to wear my Madness shirt, because it felt appropriate. Even though this boss has nothing to do with Madness, it certainly feels like it does. You know? Yeah, sorry. My paints are falling over and it's bugging me. Stop doing that. But yeah. Oh my goodness. What's funny is that this character even has like red hair. I mean, they're not wearing anywhere even close to the armor that I'm wearing, but hey, red hair is close enough. So I always forget, what did I actually name this character again? Talistra, right?
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh fuck! So yeah, so if I can distract them long enough, they can put out some good damage. Like look, they've done that much damage, pretty much by themselves. So I've hit them like 3, maybe 4 times. So So yeah, so I think I need to change my strategy to just being bait and focus on dodging as many attacks as I can. Instead of hoping they can draw aggro so I can get attacks in, I need to be the one who's constantly trying to pull aggro away from them. Swap too soon. Oh no, I didn't.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
That time, didn't do a lot of damage. That bar, not very far down. Pooh. No, I don't have a notification. Okay. Sorry. Wanted to see what that notification was, and it was a lot longer of a block of text than I thought it was. I mod for a pretty good-sized Pathfinder content creator on YouTube, who's also like a political activist, so he posted a big announcement about Israel attacking Iran, which... Wait, did I not? God damn it, I was sent here the entire time I didn't summon. So that's concerning. Did not have World War III happening in my lifetime on my bingo card, but here we are.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong.
Yeah, I think it happened like earlier today that Israel bombed Iran. And Russia has officially backed Iran, and of course America is officially backing Israel. So, you know, that's great. So it'll start off with a massive like Middle East war that will then, of course, because of people allied with each distinct side, will inevitably boil over and lead to more fighting outside of that. More war with the people who are allied and not, well, and still the people directly involved. But, you know, because Israel can't keep shit in their pants, and to hell with the rest of them. Alright, we're over here.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
you had suddenly turned on to me. I was expecting you to do. Ah, now you're doing it. Cool. Okay. Well, that was kind of a rough series of events. Both in, sometimes I definitely cannot.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Alright. Loving all the summons are just licking their noses, licking, confident, picking makes more sense than licking. Yeah. Because that's the thing, is that whenever the phase transition happens, I'm in the middle of the field with Radahn directly in front of me, and everyone else is still back at the back, like near the entrance where the fight was during phase 1. And so they all had to run up to me to join the fight. And it's a long distance. It's a pretty big arena. And so by the time they get over to me, I'm already dead because there's so many attacks. Actually, we're not even in the center of the arena when that happens, because we're actually over by the opposite side of the arena. So they have to run across the entire arena just to rejoin the fight.
Pleasure to see you after all this time.
Yeah, if you mistime the first roll of that combo, you are then kind of not stun locked, but like you can't then. It's very difficult to roll through the rest of the combo because you're kind of like staggering from that first hit. And so there's like a brief moment before you can roll again, and then you get schmacked. Okay, more ads. Whoa. Also, I've learned that I was wrong. YouTube does still put ads into live streams. Because I found out by watching a stream on the phone. You tend to watch them on my computer, where I may or may not have
General Radahn.
deals with that for me.
A pleasure to see you.
So I was under the assumption that you did not put ads
But those
on
remains
streams.
do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
But I mean, if you do have an ad blocker, they do. It will work better on YouTube than Twitch. Which is weird. Like, I think it's because Twitch's ads are like built into like. There's something about Twitch's ads that make it where they are. Just one of those does that much damage. They're harder to block than YouTube's ads. I don't know what it is. Fuck. Hello! Hello! Lifesaver, welcome to spoiler warning for the end of the Elden Ring DLC. Spoiler warning. I am fighting the final boss of Shadows of the Earth Tree. If you have not gotten to the end of Shadows of the Earth Tree, take this as an opportunity to dip if you would like to not be spoiled. But hello! Streaming American Truck Simulator. Ooh, how'd it go? Any particular route you were doing? And how was stream? Welcome. My name's Justin Geeky. I actually grew up doing Lifesaver. So, yeah. That's how I found him again. My brain stopped working. Oh, I stream games and Pathfinder soon, hopefully, at some point. So if you like TTRPGs or games, welcome. Just checking out Kansas, Nebraska, and Oklahoma DLCs. Ooh, how accurate is aside from like the driving itself? Kind of the driving is like the goal is to be as accurate as possible in those games. But like, how accurate is like the world itself? Is it like what was that game that I think is Ubisoft? The Drift or something? No, it was the one that had the big contention of recently for preserved games. Something being the D might have just been Drive. I don't know. But like they had like a model of the U.S., but it's like shrunk down significantly, and so like it was like more kind of like roughly analogous, but it was like significantly smaller. So like, but I know that like American Truck Simulator and other types games like that pride themselves on being extremely accurate. So like how accurate is like the world itself? 'Cause I know like for like Flight Simulator they take, because it's Microsoft, they can afford to like do like accurate like GPS coordinates and stuff for it. But yeah, if you were looking forward to watching someone get their ass beaten by this boss, you've come to the right place. Because this guy is a bitch. Just real tough fight. Okay, now you broke up. I've learned. I forgot there is an ad happening. I apologize. I should have waited. Well, luckily you're not missing anything. I'm dead. So we'll wait until the ads are over. Hopefully, the people who just rated aren't immediately getting an ad. That'd be real nice, Twitch, if you could not have that happen. But I have no way of knowing that. So, for all I know, you're all now watching an ad. And if that's true, I'm sorry. But if you're not, yay. I also stream on YouTube. I'm not technically supposed to say that, but... Shh. Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm getting a preview on the other side. I like to imagine that from Radahn's perspective. He just sees a head pop out the other side. Just, hello. Don't mind me. I've been French Revolutioned. I am breathing really heavy. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the French Revolution. This is my impression of a guillotine. For the first time I've noticed, I'm really like breathing heavy when I'm laying on the ground like this. Like I am like just like exhausted, which, given what I go through, fair. But I'm just really just like panting on the ground here. Anyway, so yeah, this boss, he be hard. He's very fast, and in phase 2, he gets even faster.
General Radahn.
And so I've learned that my allies actually do more damage than I do, and also he very quickly aggroes onto me if I even hit him once, whereas they had to hit him several times before they pull aggro. So I've learned that my job is to basically pull attention and try my best to dodge his attacks and let my allies do the actual damage in this fight. As you can see, I still suck at that part too. I've gotten noticeably worse since you rated, so believe me, I'm definitely good at this game. I actually tend to be pretty decent at FromSoft games, but this final boss is a pain in the ass. Also, I'm streaming on YouTube if that's more convenient for you. If not, it's not. But yeah, the goal is to at some point, maybe, I mean, of course, barring if like the players are into it and are okay with it, and want it to happen, I would like to potentially stream or even like rebroadcast a pre-recorded Pathfinder game. I have fully switched from D&D to Pathfinder because, hey, fuck Hasbro. I'm over here now.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see
And
you.
Pathfinder is
After
cool.
all this time.
And
But
does
those
a lot of
remains
stuff,
do not belong
a lot
to
of
you.
stuff better than
Lord
D&D
Moog
did,
will have
and it's very nice. It's very nice running a game that is better, is made. I don't know. A lot of Pathfinder community likes to really shit on 5e, and like there's plenty of good reason to, for a myriad of reasons, but like. Because my instinct was to say competently designed, but I was like, no, like 5e designers, they are competent, they are professional game designers. They know what they're doing. I just think 5e has a lot of very like essential flaws that should be ironed out. Who's gonna hurt? Yep, did that in the wrong order.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. After all this time.
But having a
those
system that
remains do not
solves
belong to you.
most of the problems I have with
Lord Moog will have his
5e
dignity.
is very nice. Damn, I don't know what the hell happened to me. As soon as you raided, I've now gotten even worse with this fight than I was, which is annoying. It would have been much nicer if I suddenly got real good and impressed and went like full capital G gamer moment. No, that's more saying slurs. Let's not do gamer moment. The other kind where I'm somewhat decent at a game that I love. I tend to agree. This boss is a little more on the bullshit side of things. Keep forgetting I don't have to wait for Talia to summon. He will show up when he's ready to. I also should stop trying to get the that second hit in. I should just focus on dodging. Better than that. I don't know why I stopped running. I should have kept running, but I was like, I'll stop, wait for the attack. And that was a stupid idea. Dummy. So yeah, so my goal is, because of the fact that Radahn, like everyone else can do a lot of damage to, well, can do a lot of damage to him before he aggros onto them. If I even touch him once, he aggros onto me, even like mid-combo, he will turn and swing on me. And so my goal that I've been unsuccessful at is to draw aggro away from the allies so that they focus on me instead of focusing on them, who's doing the actual damage in this fight, which is kind of an inversion of pretty much every other FromSoft boss in the game, in their history. You usually do the most damage, and then your allies, like the people you summon, are usually there to like draw aggro away from you, so you can kind of focus and deal some damage to the boss without having to worry about their attacks. This is like a full inversion where every time I touch this boss, he gets real pissed off at specifically me. Plus Pathfinder lets you to be a shitty little bomb-throwing gremlin. Yeah! It's great. That's another thing. Like, the Pathfinder just has a bunch more stuff in it than 5e, like, which is wild to me. 5e has been out for a full decade, and they've only ever added one class that they're not even bringing into the remaster. It's only the original classes. They didn't even put their one new class into the book, but while Pathfinder 2nd edition, which has been out for, I think, 3 years, maybe 4, if that. Hold on. We can do a quick Google. When did Pathfinder 2nd edition come out? I just do PF2E release. PF2E release date. I think it was around 2019. So 2019. So it's been, we're getting close to, we just passed 4 years. And they have, I think they're currently sitting at like 14 or 16 classes, including the 2 that are releasing in 4 days from now. And then there's 2 more that are releasing in a few months from now as well. They release 2 to 4, like anywhere from 2 to 4 classes every year, with the exception of last year where they only released 1, the Kineticist, which was a massive, like, basically like build your own class type thing. Lets you play as like a bender from Avatar, basically. I'm just pulling up their classes. And that was also when they were doing their big remaster project because of the whole OGL bullshit. If you're not into TTRPGs, none of this makes sense to you. You don't know what the OGL was, but Hasbro just shit on their community and people who also work for them. Like not work for like make content for the game, and they're like, hey, what if we just made everything worse for you and made it to where you can't do that anymore? And so Pathfinder, who used a lot of their like open license stuff, was like, cool, fuck off, we're gonna go make our own license and our own content and just completely divorce everything we've ever made from your stuff, blackjack and hookers included. And that's what they did. So Kineticist was the only one that was released last year, despite their plans, because they went into the whole remaster project of basically just scooping out all of the D&D isms and throwing them in the garbage to start new. So let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. Like kind of this way because they have them like on the website. They're like grouped up like this. So I have to like, that's why I'm counting my 2s. I'm sure I could look up just like a number, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21, 2, 3. There's 23 classes in the game as of now, with 2 more coming out in 4 days. So that's 25, and 2 more coming out at the start of next year to 27. 5e has 8 or 13, or God, no, I think it's 13. So it's 12 in the base, and then 1 being Artificer. Like, why? And like, and there's so much more that goes into like Pathfinder classes than D&D classes. Like, whereas in D&D, like the only customization you can make for your class is subclass. Pathfinder, every 2 levels, like you get to make a choice of like a list of class feats. And so, like, every class you get to, like, customize. And so whenever they make a new class, they have to come up with, like anywhere from, like, 30 to 40 new feats for that class alone. Usually more. I think it's around 60. Hey, focus on me. So, like, there's so much more work that goes into building their classes. They keep pumping them out, and they're all fantastic. And D&D's over here like, hey, we put out a book that costs $60 and gives you 6 new subclasses. Give us $60, please. And it's like, also the other cool thing is that Pathfinder, all the rules are online for free. Through Arc of the Nethys, Demiplane, PF2 Easy, they're all online for free. You can buy the books if you want, but you can also just get access to them completely for free. Don't have to pay for anything. And it's great, unlike 5e where you have to pay for literally everything ever. And now they want to make it also be piecemeal, where you can also, like, where you guys like, be like basically microtransacting. They're like, hey, what does D&D need? D&D needs microtransactions and purely digital like tool set and stuff. because this tabletop role-playing game needs to be digital only. So, yeah, new classes. So the ones that are coming out in a few days are the Animist, which is a spellcaster that associates with a specific like spirit, like guardian spirits, that depending on the spirits they connect to, they can the spirit comes with a certain like spell, like a small spell list that's associated with that spirit, and then you have your own spell list, like the divine list that you can pull from, like piecemeal. And so the spells you pull from are prepared, so you have to like prepare them each day like a wizard, so you have to kind of like pre-plan those. But the spells you can pull from, but your spirits that you associate with, you get a certain number of them as you level up. You get more and more the higher level you are.
After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have them.
Slow this down. But the ones that are associated with the spirits are spontaneous, and so they're set in stone of what they are, but it lets you cast them with a lot more flexibility. The really cool thing is, though, is that because of how small the spell list for the spirits give you, you can hot swap mid-combat between your spirits to get an entirely different spell lists in the middle of combat. Like they're very small and curated spell lists. I think there's like 10 or 12 spells per spirit of various like spell ranks and stuff. But like the fact that you can just like in mid combat be like, oh, I'm fighting something that like none of my current spells really work on against this. I'm going to hot swap over to this spirit instead, who does have spells that this thing's weak to, and I now have access to this entirely different spell list. So it's very cool that you can kind of like hot swap between spells very rapidly, very easily. Bad time to have an itchy eyebrow. I think I'm running into the wall. I don't know how to properly dodge that one. The other class is the Exemplar, which is a fragment of a god has you have a fragment of a dead god has found its way into like your body, and so you are basically a pseudo god kind of, and so you manifest those godly powers into various aspects of your like equipment. So now Onslaught has the bird. And so, you can put it like your weapon, or your armor, or like a shield, or like something you're wearing. Oh, other me's dead. That's not good. And now Mimi's dead. And so the kind of the flow of combat is like your icons give you like passive benefits. So like weapon icons give you a little more damage each time you hit, and then like shield icons give you some like damage negation, I think. They haven't been officially released yet, so I haven't been able to like read them. But I've kind of been hearing through the grapevine what they do. And I've like watched a few videos on them. But like, so they do like passive effects, but you can also activate them, which then adds a much more powerful effect to them. And then activating them lets you do like a really cool thing, and then your icon transitions from whatever item it's currently in into a different icon on your body. So like if you want a really strong attack, you can activate your weapon icon that does like a really cool like maybe your sword attack gets like a 20-foot range attack with it or something, and so you like shoot like a beam of light out and hit the boss. But then your icon is forced out of your weapon and into your body or your shield or your armor or whatever, like one of your other icons you've already unlocked. And so it's kind of juggling between knowing when to like fluctuate between different icons during the course of the battle, and like pull different, like using them to the best of your abilities, knowing when to activate your icons and when to like just like passive ride. It's very cool. It's a very cool, it's a cool class all about like being very tuned into like what's going on in the fight and what's going on like in the environment around you and stuff. I think if Emma joins the full like campaign game after the beginner's box, and she wants to keep doing. I'm over here now. Keeps playing her character that's in the beginner's box. I think. I forgot the name of the class. Exemplar. I think she'd probably swap from champion to Exemplar, or at the very least take it as a local class, because it feels very accurate to what she's been kind of describing Lampere's character to be. Also, Pathfinder's not afraid to like do massive like lore like shaking shit. Like Forgotten Realms, not a whole lot goes on in the Forgotten Realms in their adventures. Like some things change over time, but there's very little continuity between stuff, and there's nothing like massively changed. I think the biggest thing is that Tiamat was almost released in one of them, and also a city was sent to the first layer of hell, and that's had some repercussions, and that's like it. The reason why Exemplar exists and it has like a fragment of a god physically within their body is because is because their god of war is dying. Like in this book that they're releasing, I was going to go on that attack with Cindy face through. I'm out of healing class. I'm glad that I would not have been able to ride around too. And so that's why this Exemplar exists, is that their god of war is dying in this book, and like in their adventure that's coming alongside this book. And so fragments of that god are now scattered throughout the world, and that's what creates Exemplars, is that those fragments of the gods have like infused themselves into these mortals, and now they have fragments of their war gods' powers kind of within them. And so like shit actually like changes in their setting, and like what's cool is that like D&D has organized play as well, called the Adventurers League. Pathfinder has it called the Pathfinder Society, and what's cool is that from what I've heard, they do like little like events and stuff, and they track like whenever you do these Pathfinder Society games, you're able to report to Paizo, the creators of the game, what happens in your adventure and what choices they make on that, like during that course of the adventure path. And depending on what the majority of people do that are in Pathfinder Society in that adventure, whatever the most like common like outcome is, becomes canon going forward. And so like depending on how like the people who actually play the game play through the adventures changes how like future stuff happens in the game, which is super cool.
General Radahn,
I'm gonna go
a
this
pleasure
way.
to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his way.
This is not looking good for me. Try. Drink this. And then the two classes that are coming out after those are the Commander and the Warden, I believe is what the other one is called. And so the Commander is all about like issuing orders and commands to your allies that give them like extra benefits, like entire extra actions that they can do as a reaction. Like basically, like everyone gets a free, as long as you're in the party, everyone gets a free reaction in your party on top of the normal reactions to follow your commands. And depending on the commands you issue, they can choose if they want to follow that command in as a reaction on their turn to using that free extra reaction they get to do that command. So you'd be like forward march, or you use your feet like it's not called that. I think it's called like something like tactical advance or something, and it allows everyone to it allows everyone as a reaction to move half their speed towards the nearest enemy and make a strike. And so you can like issue that, and then everyone has the option if they want to charge forward into the fight and attack an enemy. and so it becomes like or there's one that lets you if someone's already in like melee range, you can pick a specific like ally fighter, so you can do a lot of good crit damage and allow them to attack for free as a reaction. Very, very cool class. I'm really excited to see what they do. That there's a few issues that people had with its initial design, but they were. It's very interesting that the illusions go after me, but the actual body always goes after whoever most recently attacked. Like so that goes after whoever recently attacked, but the illusions always go after me, which is interesting. Okay, time for a hug.
I promise you, a 1,000-year voyage.
Yeah, the commander class is
guided by
super
compassion.
cool. I'm very interested to see how that works. And like in the full. So the reason why we know this is they recently play tested it a few months ago. The Warden class is also cool, but had a lot more core issues to it. But it's all about basically becoming the face tank. I've never seen that attack before. That was cool. You become the face tank for your party, and so you basically point at an enemy and say, "Hey, punch me in the face, no one else." Or I think you can do it to like I can't remember if it's one enemy specifically or it's to like everyone on the field. It's one or the other. And so you make it to where it's harder for the enemy. It's easier for the enemy to attack you, and harder for them to attack allies. So like you take a penalty to your armor class, so that it's easier to hit you. And I think everyone else gets like a slight buff to their armor class. And so the whole point of the class is to basically be like the get down Mr. President style bodyguard for the party. And so you are all about taking damage, taking aggro, pulling focus away from your allies and stuff. There are a lot of problems with the class though, with how its initial kind of creation was. So we imagine there'll be a large change to it once it's fully released, because of the fact that its main taunt mechanic made it easier to hit yourself, but didn't punish the enemy from attacking anyone else. There's never really any obligation for the enemy to attack your allies, like to not attack your allies. And so it didn't really fulfill its like main class fantasy of being the face tank of like focus on me, attack me, not them, because the enemy could just be like, okay, cool, you're easier to attack, I'm still gonna attack the squishy wizard that is like two AC lower than you. By like there's nothing like preventing the enemy to just attack someone else anyway. And like there are some issues with like, because you lose AC, it was actually like worse to taunt someone because of that loss of AC or something. It was very weird. So basically kind of compelled duel, but not a spell. Basically, yeah. And what's even weirder is that they've since introduced for the champion and I think now there's a class archetype alteration, because Pathfinder also has things called class archetypes, which are basically inversions of a typical class. Like it's basically like a subclass that you lock yourself into at level 1 that gives you a different progression for that class. Like for instance, there's one for the rogue that turns you into kind of there's one for the ranger that turns you into like a religious like almost inquisitor type. Like you have like way higher intimidation as long as like there's a church to your god in that region, because you have like this like religious presence there. You can like sneak attack, and you have like a bunch of like these like zealous like orders and stuff you can like use through your powers that turns the ranger from being a class about, you know, exploration and being nature-y and getting a lot of like really strong attacks to being, you have one strong attack that is like focused on like condemning like other people, like defiers of your religion and stuff. It's really cool. So it completely changes the class. But anyway, I don't know why I went on that tangent now. Right. So there's one class archetype that's coming out. I think it might have been the one for the Ranger. It might have been the one for the Rogue. I can't remember. But it's coming out in the next book. But also a champion thing that is better at being a Warden than the Warden class was during the playtest. Because there's a new thing for the champion. One of their focus spell options makes it to where you give everyone but yourself, like everyone else except for yourself, a +1 to their AC. So it makes it harder for the enemy to hit them already, which kind of bumps them up and puts you a little more on par with yourself. But also makes it where anyone who attacks your enemies takes 1d4 spirit damage, guaranteed. Like there's no way to prevent that damage. If you attack an ally, you take that damage, and you can just keep that going. You can sustain it on each of your turns. You use one of your actions, because Pathfinder has a 3-action system, whereas D&D has the 1 action and then a bonus action that does something sometimes, kind of, and then a movement and reaction. Pathfinder just has 3 actions, and things take a certain number of actions. Simplification, whatever. But the big thing is that you can just kind of keep that spell going as long as you spend one of your actions on your turn, keeping it up. And so that's a significantly better version of the Warden's base class identity, which is don't attack my friends, attack me. Because now the enemy's actually disincentivized to attack your allies, because when they do, they get hurt. Unblockable damage to them. And spirit damage is very rarely resisted, because it attacks your soul. There are some things that are immune to it, things that don't have souls, like constructs and stuff. But it's just guaranteed damage to you if you attack an ally. So that makes you want to attack the champion who is causing this ability. And the champion has super high AC, because it's the only class in the game that gets legendary armor proficiency at high levels. They have a higher armor proficiency than other classes kind of throughout the whole progression. So they're harder to hit. They tend to have a good amount of AC. And they are the tanks of the game. And so it makes it to where it focuses in the enemies on you, which is what the Warden's supposed to do. So I don't know if they're going to completely change how the Warden works, or if the Warden will have a similar ability they can use all the time instead of it costing a resource like the champions do. I don't know. Or they'll rework the class, or it'll be in a different class entirely. We don't know yet, but it's very weird to see that the Warden itself didn't do a very good job at its class identity, but then the champion comes out in the remaster with Player Core 2, and it does that class identity very well. Weird. Let's wait for ads. Let's cut off my head again. Ooh, that's even worse. That cuts off only half my head. Hold on, no. I dislike that. That's a full-on Dead Space ass death. Where you can see part of the skull. Ugh, gross. Yeah, I'll just bathe my legs in blood. Boop, boop, boo, doo, doo, doo. Why do I have 2 notifications? Boo, doo, 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 doo. Boo, doo, 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 doo. Okay, stuff's happening in the server because of that announcement that I'm not able to focus on at the moment, but stuff is happening. but looks like the other mods have taken care of it. That is the problem with being a public political activist, but also being a TTRPG channel, that when people are there, people who don't pay attention can be real shitty when they when you bring up, you know, the political activist side of things. So, and apparently someone was being real gross. So, which is unsurprising given the internet that they've been done with. So, not my problem at the moment. I will catch up on what's happening. Not
General
now.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
Yeah, I
Moog
try to
will have
not
his dignity.
do anything during ad breaks so that no one misses anything, because it does suck whenever an ad happens and you miss what's happening in the game. So, shouldn't have done my heavy attack on that one. That was silly of me. Ooh, my mimic here is very close to dying. I don't know what happened there, what happened to you, but you're dead now. Well, oh, now I'm dead too. So, you know, like clone. Unfortunate. But yeah. Also, I've realized that I'm doing that thing to where the more I talk about something unrelated, the better I get, because I'm not focusing as much. I'm just kind of letting myself go into flow state. So I'm going to keep talking about Pathfinder because it's apparently working. So, yay. Welcome to the Pathfinder Variety Hour, where I talk about a cool TTRPG and while I throw my body at a boss. So the text just do ridiculous damage. Yep. And this is with maximum Erd Tree Fragments, Shadow Tree Fragments, which is wild. I have maxed out Shadow Tree Blessings and Spirit Ash Blessings, which makes my summons and me as strong as I can possibly be. And I'm still getting hit in like 2-shot. So imagine doing this boss without those. But yeah, so if anyone does play 5e, and like the thing is, I also want to like be careful, because like a lot of people are very shitty about like trying to get people to play other systems, specifically Pathfinder. They'll go like, oh, like 5e bad if you play it, you suck, you're stupid. Why are you playing this game? Like that's not how you get people to look into other systems. I'm always an advocate for there to hair in my mouth. I'm always an advocate for trying out new systems, because you'll likely find a system that you like better than the one you're currently playing. Whether it's more narrative focused, or the mechanics are more your speed, or there's a myriad of reasons why you might like a specific game, a specific system, more than the one you were currently playing. And so, I always suggest people to, try out other systems. Worst case, you waste 4 hours of your life and you don't like it. No harm, no foul. Of course, certain tabletop games are harder to get into because of the price point. That's why I'm flabbergasted at the fight. Like, I know why. It's because of Critical Role, primarily, and then Division 20 and stuff. Like, because of actual plays is why 5e is so popular. 5e is actually the most expensive tabletop role-playing game to get into in the hobby, because every book costs $60. And if you want to have them digitally, you have to pay to buy it again on D&D Beyond, or you can pirate it or go to 5e Tools, but those are technically not legal sites. But shh, I won't tell anyone. Shh, it's fine. Shh, it's okay. Shh. But it is the most expensive system to get into in the hobby, because you have to buy for everything individually. took me until the OGL scandal to get me interested in trying a Pathfinder. So like D&D, the loyalty is gone. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a very healthy way to do it, because like there is like 5e has a lot of intrinsic flaws in its design, but it is not like, it's not bad to still like it and play it. Like, not at all. Like, if you enjoy the game, play the game. Like, I will never get upset at someone because they're like, oh, I'm still playing D&D. Like, cool, you're still getting enjoyment out of it. Like, I might still like suggest, like, hey, maybe try a different system, see how you like it. But like, I'll never like be like upset, like, oh man, like, you're still playing D&D. How dare you? You suck. Like, how does it feel to be an awful human being? Like, no. Like, as long as you're not financially supporting them, go for it. Goddamn. Like, I do think Hasbro has long outstayed their welcome and should not be financially supported anymore because of the decisions they have done and the things they have done, and you know, gesturing vaguely in the direction of the Pinkertons. You know, there's reasons why I don't think you should financially support Hasbro anymore. But if you want to play the games, go for it. There are ways to do so. You can keep your old books. There's 5e.tools if you want to don't want to pay anything. There are ways to play the game without financially supporting them, and like, that's fine. But it's also why I've aside from the fact that Pathfinder fixes a lot of issues that I have with 5e, the fact that it's free is great, because when I did do D&D, I would always tell people to pirate, play, purchase. This is an extremely expensive hobby to get into, especially if you're playing D&D. So find someone else who has the books, pirate them, get access to the book somehow, then play it. And if you like it and you're financially stable enough to do so, if you have the means and the capability to, then purchase and support the creators. But it is a huge asking price to pay $60+ just to get into the hobby. And that's not including dice or like any like other peripherals you might need. That is just buying the player's handbook. That is a huge, like that is a huge entry fee. And that's why I like that Pathfinder's, all of their rules are online for free, because it's way easier to suggest, hey, try out Pathfinder. It costs nothing. You can just play it. You don't have to, like, you don't have to worry about pirating. You don't have to worry about burning like half of what you earn in a week just to buy a book so you can, you can maybe try the game out and maybe like it. If you don't like it, you just wasted a shit ton of money. You can just look it all up online. Ethos, Demiplane, Ever PF2 Easy is good, but I don't use PF2 Easy because I've already used Archives and Ethos and Demiplane. And then if you use like Foundry Virtual Tabletop for it, you can also get access to the system for free there. So I had to pay for all the books and for 5e again. So it's easier to suggest than D&D. Also, the whole pirate play purchase only counts for major companies like Hasbro and D&D, where, you know, they are a multi-billion-dollar company. They can afford you not paying for their product a little bit. Do not pirate indie games. Do not, most indie games have means of accessing their stuff for free anyway. Either just a plain text document like Lancer, where they take all the art out and it's just a plain text document with none like the frills. So you can play Lancer for free. You just don't get any of the pretty pictures. There's quick starts that give you like most of the rules that you can just kind of reference and play. Like Dread has that. Or there's like community copies you can request that people pay for and give back to the community that you can get for free. Like, there's ways to get access to free TTRPGs without, screwing them over. Because pretty much everyone except for D&D are making very little money in this hobby.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. after all this time. But
All
those
right.
remains do not
That was a great start. Excuse me. Yeah, people make very little money in this hobby if you're not D&D, because D&D has such a massive stranglehold over the hobby as a whole. It is such a market dominant force that, and also it's Hasbro, that they make significantly more money than anyone else in the hobby, just from their brand recognition. To me, Arcus Death is incredible. Yeah. The only downside to Arcus Death is one, it's a little more advanced to use. It is definitely more accessible to people who know how to like search for things in a specific way. Like it is user friendly. Like you can find most of the stuff in there fairly easy. It's not like it's not completely like it's not obtuse to use. It's just it becomes more useful the more you know about like how to search through like databases and stuff, because of how like their like robust like search function works. It'd be great if I actually press the attack button there.
a pleasure to see you. After all
That's
this time.
unfortunate.
But those remains do not belong to you.
But
Lord
if you
Moog will have
use
his
D&D Beyond more, and you're used to that interface, then Demiplane would be where I would suggest you use, because the other big problem with Arcus and Ethos, unfortunately, is that it's community ran and by like a small group of people that do it purely volunteer, and like you can like subscribe to a Patreon to support them if you want to financially support them, but it is done purely off of their own free time, and so they are significantly behind in updates. They don't even have Player Core 2 out yet on Arcus and Ethos, and that's been out since August, I think. So it's been a couple months and they don't have the stuff out yet, but that's because it's a very small group working on it, and so they're just like inherently like slower. While Demiplane is people who are paid professionally to do a full-time job, put this information out there, and so Demiplane is more up to date. They usually have it out, if not on the day the book releases, very shortly after.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see
And
you.
the layout is pretty much identical to D&D Beyond, because it's made by the people who originally created D&D Beyond before
Lord Moog will have his
before Hasbro specifically bought this website out and took it over, and then everyone left and made Demiplane instead, because they were like, oh, we made a bunch of money off of the sell, we're gonna go do what we originally wanted to do and do this for like all TTRPGs. And because Pathfinder's rule are free, it's one of the few systems on Demiplane that you can just access for free without having to pay for it. So if you're more used to the D&D Beyond layout, use Demiplane, or if you want the most recent rules. But I find Arcus to be extremely useful for finding like very minute rules. And it's usually the first result that pops up when you just Google like TF2E, Athletic Rush, and Arcus and Ethos will be usually the first result that comes up. And so it's very easy to like search for stuff that way as well. That was a stupid idea from my part. I don't know why I decided to go for the big overhead attack. That was silly. So I need to focus more on dodging the last attack, more so than the mini attacks ahead of time. Like the series of attacks that it sends out with Clone are bad, they do hurt me, but it's the last attack with him, his actual body, that does most of the damage. Oh, well, who's up there this time? Ah, it's Jollier. Yeah, it's really hard to get a lead off during that. Oh, I never haven't broken this yet. Look at that. Nope, that short-lived. No, don't kill me! Also, I realized I haven't actually like talked about like why, like the various things that Pathfinder does that oh, there goes other me, that I like, that I feel fix a lot of the 5e problems. already kind of mentioned earlier, but the no! Dang. That was close as we gotten though. We actually got the health bar down to the name. So close as we've gotten. But yeah, the versatility of having everything use the 3-action system is great. Because 5e is very much held back by, hey, everything costs the same action, and you only get one of them. Unless you're a rogue, in which case you have bonus actions. Or sometimes there's like 8 spells in the game that also use your bonus action. But otherwise, the bonus action no one else uses, ever. I think there's like one fighter ability that lets you use a bonus action for, I think it's Second Wind, I think. But like the bonus action basically just doesn't exist in that game. And so because everything costs the same action, the most efficient thing to do in 5e is just to attack, because the faster you get the enemy down to 0 HP, the less damage you're taking, the more likely your party is to survive, and also you get through the encounter. And so there's so many things that are in that game that you just never use because it is more efficient, it is better to just press the attack button and do damage, and then you move on. And so with the inclusion of this 3-action economy, it allows you to be a lot more versatile in what you do on your turn. And so, and how they implement that so you don't just, spend all 3 actions attacking is that there's, something called the multiple attack penalty, or map, which increases after each attack. So your first attack is at your full bonus, second attack is at a -5, third attack is at a -10. So you are significantly less likely to hit for each consecutive attack. There are ways around that. There are agile weapons that reduce that to a -4 and a -8. Instead of it being -5 and 10, or you can be a flurry ranger, which is their whole thing is being able to attack multiple times in a turn, which reduces that to a I think it's -4 and -7, or maybe even less than that. It might be -3 and -5 or 6, and then if you have agile, that decreases even further. So they can actually they're a little more feasible for getting that in. Let me check so I can see. PF2E Flurry Ranger. Yeah, so as long as you've hunted prey at a specific target, so that's they're much like D&D has Hunter's Mark. They have you can hunt prey, which is an action you do. You target a specific creature. And so while you're against your hunted prey, it is a -3 instead of -5, or -2 if you have an agile weapon, and a -6 instead of -10, or a -4 with an agile weapon. So if you're using an agile weapon and doing a flurry ranger, you do it at full full bonus, -2, -4, which is significantly better than -5, -10. And so you're still more likely to miss on multiple attacks, but you can actually do it. That is what that specific subclass of ranger is designed for. If you just want to lay in on a boss, you can just do it with that. But normally, the game wants you to get an attack in at some point on your turn. Movement also costs an action, so you can reposition if you need to. But more than likely, for your third action, or somewhere in your turn, you have to figure out something else you want to do other than just whack the enemy. And so that's where skill actions come in. You can demoralize someone, and if you succeed, they become frightened, which basically just levels them down one. It makes it a lot easier to hit and do damage.
But those remains do not belong to you.
They do. They
Lord Moog will
do.
have
It's harder for them to hit you and stuff. Well, I didn't mean to heal. That was stupid of me. I got hit and I was like, I've been hit. I need to heal now. No, I was actually at a pretty decent health amount. That was an absolute waste of a blast. Oh, I am very surprised they didn't kill me. drinking something? I should have been running. I can just run away from those. That's good to know. I've learned new information. Alright, and someone's getting a hug. Looks like it's Ansbach. Yep, Ansbach's got the birdie. Don't. Ooh, I'm glad I got that deal off, because that would have killed me otherwise. No! That's the second time I've seen that attack. I did not know the pattern to dodge. Damn it. That's way too soon for that. But yeah, so having that extra versatility makes fights a lot more interesting. You can spin an action to try and trip someone, or grapple someone, or demoralize, or attempt to bond Mo if you have that skill, or treat wounds. Well, no, you have to have battle medicine for that, but like do a battle medicine check to heal an ally in the middle of a fight, or like there's a bunch of different stuff that you can do that makes fights more like robust, more interesting. The combat, the encounter balancing actually works, which is wild. Like that doesn't exist in 5e. Encounter balance in 5e just doesn't work. Like the challenge rating system is broken. Their advice on how to construct an encounter doesn't make sense. It doesn't work because the challenge rating system is broken.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his dignity.
And so Pathfinder fixes that by having a system that actually works, where enemies are fairly consistent in their challenge rating, and like there's a consistent way of like building encounters. Like, hey, if they're of your party level, they're worth this amount of experience, and once you reach a certain amount of experience, like experience threshold, is how you judge the difficulty of a combat. So like a trivial combat is like is 40 experience or 60, and then a moderate is 80, and then a or is moderate? No, I think it's it goes trivial to easy, and then moderate, then severe and extreme. I think. How did you come to decide there? Sorry. Yeah, we're too focused. Alright, that one you cannot run the side from. That one hurts. And so yeah, so like building encounters works. Yeah, I don't know. They attacked from the side, and then that one was just like a real fast dash straight at me, and it just insta-gipped me. That was rude. But yeah, being able to like just build an encounter that just works and makes sense and functions like you want it to, and not be wildly swingy because you happen to pick an enemy that can completely shut down a PC because of one of their abilities. They're the same. Like for instance, a very common example that I actually ran into and fucked up myself in one of my own games. Intellect Devourers are challenge rating 2. The same challenge rating as a bandit captain, I think. Jenny D actually recently brought this up in one of her recent videos. A bandit captain is infinitely easier to fight and kill than an intellect devourer, which can instantly kill a PC. and steal their brain. I found this out the hard way. It's like, oh, cool. I'll throw an intellect devourer into this like encounter because they were kind of in a spooky place. There's a mind flayer up ahead that's gonna like threaten them and stuff. So sure, I'll toss an intellect devourer. This should be a pretty moderate challenge encounter. And then at like level 5, and then one of the player characters permanently died because of the intellect devourer.
A pleasure to see you.
That's really weird. Targeting someone else, and
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Maul will have his dignity.
I don't know. Yeah, I told the player that intellect devourer. I was like, why is this in a room intended for level 1 players? They are not equivalent in difficulty to a bandit captain, and so their whole challenge rating system is all sorts of borked. And like undoubtedly there are certain monsters in Pathfinder that are either over or under tuned for their difficulty rating, but usually it's by like a small amount and enough that you can kind of work with it mid session if you notice it enough time. And like it's very, very rare. I've yet to come across an example myself, but like no system is perfect. I'm sure examples exist. I'm not going to pretend like that's not a thing that can happen. Also, an ad's about to start, so I'm not going to bother going in, because knowing my luck, I'll actually make genuine progress at a time when no one can see. And so instead I'll just get my feet, little bloodbath in my feet. It's really exfoliating. So I'll continue this conversation after the ads. Go get a drink if you need one. Now we'll see what this new notification is. Okay. So yeah, like I imagined, it seems like that server I'm in has things under control. So don't have to worry about that. Also, the ad hasn't started yet. I've been sitting here. There it goes. Oh, Twitch. Why do you work this way? I'm gonna stand up and stretch while this ad's going. And also open up my door to cool down the room a little bit, because it is hot as fuck. Okay, ad is over. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick though. So, oops, let me. Oh, tab. So give me just a moment to use the restroom. Hocus pocus, I'm back. Okay. Yep. I've refilled my tea. And the door is now open, so it'll be slightly cooler in here. Slightly. Oh, I didn't put someone on my couch. Let's fix that. You know what? We're talking about Pathfinder. Pathfinder lets you play as a kobold. Did D&D ever add kobolds? I think they did. Yes, they did. Little kobold barbarian. There we go. Thanks. Thank you for the welcome back. Okay. Also, that's another thing is that Pathfinder adds like 5 to 6 new ancestries every time they release a non-adventure path book. So they've also got like a shit ton of ancestries, and a lot of like really cool weird ancestries. Like you could be a Gorin, which is a hot, sexy plant person, or you can be a Leshy, which is a small, cute plant person. Which are 2 different things. You can either be sexy plant or cute plant, and those are different ancestries. You can be, what's some other weird ones? You can be a tree mech. Actually, technically, you can be a ball of sentient stardust piloting a tree mech called a Kenrasu. Leshies are so fucking cute. I think you'd really like being a Leshy. They're very cool. They have a lot of, like, their different heritages, which like which would be like they're the equivalent of a sub-race in D&D, or different like types of plants. You'd be like a cactus Leshy, or a pine Leshy, or a fungus Leshy and stuff. It's very cool. Ooh, that one planned out. Ooh, I wish to know. Can you tell me what song is that? What is that from? Let me sneeze. Sorry. But yeah, so you can be a tree mech. You can be a skeleton. You can be. Oh, missed that dodge.
General Radahn.
Shush, Ansbach. We're re-racking. Nope, it's fine. Save the breath.
Those remains do not belong.
What are some other weird ones you can be? You can be a mermaid, just like a straight up like mermaid with like a normal like mermaid's fishtail, where you ride around in basically a mobile fish tank, that lets you kind of like roll around. It's basically a wheelchair, but it's a tank of water. It's cool. Apparently I lied because Leshy isn't on my playing character list, but I want to be a cactus. Yes. What's cool is that the Gorum also has a form that's similar, called a Thorned Gorum. Is it Gorum or Goran? I think it's Goran, because Gorum is the god of war. I think these are Gorans, Ghoran. But they have thorned Gorans, which are themed after like rose bushes and stuff. So you have like thorns on you. So similar to the cactus Leshy, which has spines across the body. So you can be a cute little cactus or a sexy cactus.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm gonna die. What other? You could be an awakened animal. That's new. Where you're just straight up an animal that had a spellcast on it. They are now sentient, and you can just you walk around as you just look like a normal animal, but you have sentience now, and it's great. You're just. Wow, that was a very quick transition to phase 2. What else is there? There's rhino people with glowing rhino horns. There's bug people called the Circi that throughout your process of leveling up, you completely redesign your ancestry like 3 or 4 times as you go through a metamorphosis, which is really cool. They just released their Tianxia World Guide, or Character Guide. Yeah, World Guide was already out. It's Character Guide is the new one. That adds a bunch of, like, Japanese and Asian I think it's specifically Japanese, but there might be more kind of general Asian things. I think it's specifically Japanese. Like, folklore creatures as ancestry. So you can be, like, a thing made of paper. You know, like this paper craft creature. You can be an Oni is a versatile heritage, so you can, like, be half Oni, half something else. There's it's like called like a Wayang or something. They're these like long-limbed like shadow people that look like hags that are really cool. I do want to play a Ratfolk Ranger too. Yeah, Ratfolks are so cool. Called the Isoki. They're so beloved. They're also in Starfinder, which is their space-themed system. Ratfolk exists there as well. They also got like they've gotten weird with Pathfinder. They get even weirder with Starfinder because it's aliens, and so they can be like, hey, what if you're a jellyfish that's psychic, and you float around as a jellyfish, and you like resonate with other psychic, like the psychic wavelengths of everyone else, and so like you can like change color slightly depending on like thoughts around you and stuff. It's very weird. I think one of them that was in Starfinder First Edition was, I believe you were like a cuttlefish inside a suit of armor that was your fish tank, and so you're just this little fish swimming inside this massive like Big Daddy-esque Bioshock like sea diver suit that's your space suit. Like, so you're just like puppeting around this massive tank of water that is like human shaped, but you're just a little fish inside. They get very weird. I think another one's like you're just a starfish, like a space starfish was an option. So she gets weird in Starfinder. Definitely because I like the rescuers get. I mean, you say that like that's a bad thing. They do for Megamind, yes, but done before, I believe. I think
General Radahn.
I think Starfinder First Edition was out before Megamind. I could be wrong. I don't know about that actually. I think it was. I think First Edition came out around.
Will have his dignity.
Around 2.5, which was in the 90s or early 2000s maybe. I don't know the timeline, but basically yes. Bad time to have an itchy eye. I don't want to be here. I don't know what the time of that. My kryptonite in front of games are always the slow attacks. The slow attacks always fuck me up because I'm like, I panic and I like, I gotta get out of here before the attack hits. And because it's delayed, I always get hit by it. What are some other weird things? You can be a sprite, which is like a pixie, basically in 5e. And you can like ride on people. You can ride on corgis. They get it. They have an ancestry that specifically give them a corgi mount, which is great. You just ride around a little corgi. There's God, itchy eye. You can be a poppet, which is you're a literal toy. You're a soul that has inhabited a toy through various means. Depending on how the soul got into the toy's body, determines what your heritage is.
General Radahn. The pleasure to see you.
It's like there's like Soul Link where your soul was placed into the or there's one where like you died nearby the poppet and your body like you took your soul and inhabited the toy to carry on, or someone placed your soul into it purposefully, or you placed it in yourself like so like, depending on how you got into the toy determines your heritage, which again heritage is like your subrace. My other playing character was an elf seer, kitsune investigator, and sprite Draxi sorcerer. Ooh, definitely go rabbit hole and make more at some point. I will. I mean, that's always how I operate with like new system learning. Is I always like make a bunch of characters because that's how, in my opinion, the best way to learn a system, because you get to learn all the player-facing rules and stuff, how to characters, how characters work in the system. You can kind of learn through osmosis. Well, that was so cool. Through osmosis, like through doing that, like a bunch of other like aspects of the rules that are connected to character creation. Oh, another thing that I think Pathfinder does better than D&D is the fact that casters and marshals are a lot more even. Excuse me. Sorry, I got a notification again. The martial caster divide is a lot smaller in Pathfinder because martials are actually really strong in Pathfinder. You can some of the highest damage in the game you can get out of being a barbarian or a fighter. Whereas 5e, being a fighter, is the weakest class option you could possibly be, and is very boring, even on the most interesting of fighters, being the Battle Master. You still are very boring, because there's not a whole lot you can do other than just swing a stick at someone. Can you do something? What are you doing?
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
There it goes. Slightly too late than I was hoping. And so yeah, so... Alright, Chosen go open up with a different combo this time, huh? Oh, there goes other me. That's not great. I realized a little too late that you were coming after me. Who ass? And so yeah, so because and how they do that is that marshals are in general more likely to get critical hits because they have higher 2-hit bonuses, and so Pathfinder operates in a +10, -10 critical success or critical failure. Is there a Spirit Ash that applies rot? most likely, but I don't know if they would be better than Mini-Me. But that is a good shout. Let's see. I don't think I have any that are upgraded, though, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Who would deal rot? Not you, not you, not you. You would. But I don't have you upgraded. I think that's the only of like the named ones that would deal rot. No. You deal rot, but you're very weak. I think if I want to try it, I would have to upgrade you. So, since I can't travel with these two summon, I'll do one more attempt, and then I'll go level her up and see if there's any. But yeah, so as I was saying, so how Pathfinder works is that as long as whatever the difficulty or armor, whatever the difficulty class or armor class is, as you get 10 or higher, like if your result is 10 or higher, it's a critical success, and if it is 10 or lower, it's a critical failure. And then natural 20 augments that up, and then natural 1 augments that back down. So like for instance, if like you're trying to hit a enemy that has an AC of 15, and with all your bonuses you roll a total of 25, you critically hit. Even if you were on the die, you rolled like a 17, if you have a plus, you know, plus like 8 to your attack roll, you roll a 17, congratulations, you just critically hit. And so through that, fighters in particular are crit machines, fighters and gunslingers, because they get a higher 2 hit bonus than anyone else in the game. They start off with a +2 compared to everyone else. They'll end with a +2 over everyone else because they're the only class in the game to get to legendary proficiency in their weapons. And so that's kind of like their whole shtick, is that fighters, because they crit more often, end up doing a shit ton of damage because of that static +2, because in Pathfinder every +1 matters, doubly so, because not only is it +1 to hit, it is +1 to potentially crit. And so that's a huge method of I need souls. A huge way of kind of closing that martial caster divide. Casting is also a little more limited in Pathfinder, and insofar as the spells tend to be slightly weaker but have more versatility to them. So like you could SM on here help me forget Morg. Could someone on here help me fight Morg? Sorry. What system are you on? And also, hello, Dactyl. Hope you're doing well. I don't think 40,000 is gonna be enough. I'll use you as well. I think I just used. I think I just accidentally used. What's her face's rune? Mass murderer.
I see.
Lita?
You're
Lita.
here for some spirit tuning.
PS4, but I've learned that if you just put a password, it works. Does it? I don't, because I'm playing on PC. I don't think that's how that works. So close. 2 away. God, I need another 20-some-odd-thousand runes. I don't want to have to use Miquella's rune. Man. Or America's rune. That's so many runes, too. Ugh. Do I have anything I can sell? Probably. What can I sell? I don't think I can sell it to you. I think I can sell it to the players. Need help. Fortunately, I'm trying to focus on trying to finish the final boss fight, so I'm not available. But I wish you the best of luck in finding someone who is. Okay, I can't sell to you. Maybe it is. Sorry, I can't sell to you. I can sell to what's his face over here. But yeah, I'm trying to finish the final boss fight. I don't want to be distracting and go do something else. So sorry. I wish you the best of luck, though. I hope you find someone who is able to help you. Let's see. Do I have any duplicate weapons I can sell? I got 4 daggers I can sell 2. God, this is not gonna. I need like 20,000. This is not gonna work. Those. There's gonna be an ad starting soon, but like always, I won't do anything while the ad's going. Why do these look identical to each other? Wait. They are identical, just one has a different weapon art on it. Interesting. Huh. I didn't know these were the same weapon. That's cool. Then a lot of these I could sell just because they're not in my build, but I'm a collector and a hoarder. What can I say? You. This is such a waste of time. Like, this is not going to get me anywhere even close to what I need. I'll keep these because I could actually use these, and I kind of want to power sense those at some point because that'd be a cool combo to have in case I ever do a New Game Plus. I also didn't realize how close. Well, I guess that's intentional. They were both gargoyle axes. The point of collecting the pretty weapons that you don't get to hoard them. Exactly. I can't use them, but they're pretty to look at, so I want to look at them. I might get enough to upgrade it one more time, which is not beneficial, really. I mean, it is, but it's not. I'd like more, but I don't think we're gonna get more. So. Because we are very quickly running out of potential. Why not 2 of those? I guess each of the Hoslow brothers drops 1, I would assume. Didn't know that. But like I said, ad's about to start. I will not progress without you all. So you don't have to worry about that. The only thing you'll miss is me selling stuff and upgrading stuff. That's it. So don't have to worry about that. So I'll get back to. I'll try and be back to in front of Miquella's door by the time the ads end, but you will not miss anything. Okay, at that point, it's armor is very useless to sell. Is there anything in here that is worth any significant value? You're worth quite a bit. And I'm not using them. I'll sell 50 of these. And I'll sell 30 of these. Okay, that's 1 more level.
I see.
13,000.
Now.
Oh, those are decently valuable. I think I need like 200 more, don't
see.
I? Yep. Fuck. Yep. Exactly 200 more. God damn it. Son of a bitch. And I'll sell some more of the butterflies.
I see.
I don't have a race glove. I know where one is, though. Excuse me. You, and then where is it? Where is it? Here. Welcome back. You've missed nothing. I now have exactly the amount of runes I need, but I am missing one great ghost glovewort. But I remember there's one in here that I didn't pick up because I lowered the thing after I killed it, and it was floating in the air and I couldn't pick it up. So we're gonna go back in here. Shouldn't be too much of a diversion. I'm assuming I'll have to kill the thing again and pick up its glovewort. So, uno momento por favor. I will continue on back to Miquella. Excuse me. Yep, there it is. Ow. There we go. Bye. Okay, now let's go finish upgrading. Yeah, fuck that chair.
I see.
Ta-da! Okay, so now we've got that, and so now we can go back to nope. Nope. There. But yeah, because of you get but also the cool thing with casters is that most cast anything that has a saving throw attached to it has it where you let me temporarily swap out Yolan and Anna to you. And so in Pathfinder, whenever you like, there's 4 degrees of success with saving throws. So you normal succeed, there's an effect. If you critically succeed, there's a different effect. If you fail, there's a different effect. And if you critically fail, there's a different effect of varying severity. So usually, if you critically succeed something, it does not affect you at all. You've critically succeeded, so you are immune to whatever happened to it. Saber Suck is the best kind of spell. I don't make the rules. I disagree. I didn't. Hey, little Cooper. Who's a good boy? You want to be on stream? Come here. Hold on, go around this side, otherwise you're going to hurt yourself. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hop on up. I know you can do it. There you go. Good boy. Hello, Cooper. Say hello to Cooper. Oh, such a big yawn. Oh, such a big yawn. Let me do this. And we can go to... Oh, wait, where you going? Where you going? Where you going? There we go. Haha. Hello, Cooper. He needs a bath. Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? What? What? My dice like to get extra mutinous when I'm trying to land attacks. Oh, that's why you focus on saving throws. Hey, now you can kind of read the I voted sticker. Yay. Whoa. But yes, he's his Cooper. Sly Cooper. He's a good boy. What? I think he's wanting me to take him out. Need to go potty? Need to go potty? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Sure can't, but that's why I like Saber Suck. If it's like slight suck, that's fine. Oh, I never actually took a picture of Mintu, but I got the rat baby mug. I need to put drink in it though. Okay, so I'm going to BRB because I'm going to go take Cooper out to go to the bathroom. I can't run an ad. I was going to run an ad to like skip that time, but I can't. It's not letting me. So cool. So I'll be back. Shut up. Entertain the masses. And by the masses, I mean you. Because you're the only person here. But I'll be back. Hoogity boogity. I realized I never tabbed back into the game, so you were just sitting here in silence instead of any sort of like music or sound effects or anything playing. So I apologize for that. That was me being stupid. I should have not done that, because that was just not a good idea. Anyway, Cooper has pooped and he has beat. So we are good. I can hear my own thoughts. How could you? I'm glad you survived. What atrocities were you subjected to? Yeah, despite the back-to-back hurricanes, both the neighborhood possum and armadillo survived. Man, you have an unfortunate face. Okay, it's not as bad now that I zoom in. I thought it looked more like a big row of like teeth. Like it looked like that. Hold on, that like shadow. Like I have no way of like. Hold on, can I? If I do this, but then tap back, can you see my mouse? No. Okay, never mind. Yeah. But the armadillo was out in the yard, and luckily Cooper didn't notice it, so I didn't have to get into like not chase it or something. But it was on like in the outside of the yard in like the darkness, and Cooper was more focused on peeing and pooping. But it was funny watching it like freeze when Cooper walked out of the yard, and anytime Cooper was like looking away from it, it would like slowly like back up towards the fence, and as soon as Cooper like looked vaguely in its direction, it would just freeze. It's funny. Also, Cooper does the thing that this is gonna sound very weird at first. Bear with me. Cooper does the thing when he. I love how some dogs poop, because it's always funny to me. And Cooper does this where they will pop a squat, no matter which direction their body is facing, they will crane their neck to look at you while they're doing it. And it is always funny to me because it's just like pops around, it's just like craning their neck to look at you, and it always makes me laugh. It's very funny to me. He needs the moral support here. That's some of the wrong thing. Sorry. Force of habit. I went through that whole process of leveling up the Radahn and didn't summon.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
But yeah, anyway. Alright. Alright, let's summon it this time. But yeah. It's like, the thing is, I can't tell if it's a possum or if it's a cat. It's hard to tell, because all I've seen is like it's furry and has a long like prehensile tail. I think it might be a cat, 'cause I think possums tend to have like hairless tails. I think the thing it has like a furry tail, but it has a white face. So that's why I can't figure out which one it is. I think it's probably a cat though. Now that I think about it, because I don't think possums have fur tails. Oops. Almost disturbed my sticker, my very important sticker. Oops, I'm the wrong person.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I'm missing out on without my other me is the bleed damage, unfortunately. So I know that Onslaught can deal with bleed because he's using a scythe, but not nearly to the extent that that other me can. realize I don't know how much rot damage this Flaming Rot Knight is doing. It's doing a lot of holy damage, which I think is actually not great, especially in this phase. I would assume at least. Let me check. Does this Clean Rot Knight actually... I should have done it before I upgraded it, but does this Clean Rot Knight even do rot damage? You'd think it would, given its name, but I'm now second guessing myself. So what's your name? Finlay. That's apparently a wrestler, so let me, Elden Ring. Let's see. I don't need to know where to find her. I need to know. Can proc rot with Clean Rot Knight moveset. Can also fire objects that deal holy damage. Will cast a 30-second buff that heals 7 HP per second and increases your fire damage negation by 60%. Huh, that's cool. Assassin need to complete the legendary Ashen Remains achievement and trophy. No longer staggers easily. Increase physical attack power and damage negation against physical, magical, and holy attack. Okay, so it can do it, but it needs to like actually attack like normally, and it seems to really want to do its disc attacks, which is less helpful. But we'll give it another shot. I do think, unfortunately, like Mini-Me's probably the better pull, just because of the versatility and having like access to all the same stuff I've got.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Ooh, wow,
Lord
I'm
Moog
surprised
will
I
have
surprised
his
that.
dignity.
I realized that summoned me instead of... It's so fortunate to summon me instead of the Clean Rot Knight. I meant to summon her again, and I just... muscle memory to other me. But I think that bleed is what's really... So that means we start off the second phase around half health, which is huge. Well, now other me has the bird. No! 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 Ah, that fucking burst at the end. Honestly, I don't think I have her leveled up either, but I probably should have leveled up Tish. I know that Tish is one of the best spirit summons in the game. Yeah, I never upgraded her. Because she chunks off the boss's maximum HP and deals a lot of damage over time. So I imagine, really, she would be the best option in this fight. But I've now burned all of my... I think... there might be more ships out in the flower fields that I haven't gotten the glove ward off of, so like it's possible, but also I don't have the runes for it, and I don't want to go grind. I could. It'd be easy to do it. I don't want to though.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'll need to figure out what I want to stream after because it's been a while. I'd like to do something else. I don't know what yet. Part of me wants to do something like chill, like a puzzle game, but I don't think I have any puzzle games I haven't already played through on my own time. I could do Baba Is You. I never finished Baba Is You, but that is a difficult, very difficult puzzle game. I've gotten maybe halfway through that game in my brain. It hits a wall. But that could be an option. I've downloaded a total Skyrim conversion mod called Inderal off of a suggestion, and it looks interesting. It looks cool. It kind of remixes Skyrim quite a bit. It has its own story, its own world and stuff.
But those remains do not belong to you.
Good things about it.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
But that will also be a fairly long game. I will say, whatever I stream next, I will be less, I've been very focused on getting through Elden Ring, just because I would it's huge, it's huge, I would like to push through it and get to the end, but that is also where it's basically the only game I've streamed for a while, so, I'll probably also do a stream to finish up Tackle Box, the Big Catch Tackle Box, because I'm close to just finishing that out. Might as well, though. It's been so long since I played it, I have lost the muscle memory for all the platforming in it, which is not great now that I'm so far into it, but it's fine. So I'll probably finish that up, but I will likely be more lenient on which games I stream instead of doing just one game focused all the way through, like I've done with Elden Rings, with the DLC and stuff. My goal was to finish this months ago, but then when I only stream like once or twice a month, that takes a while.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Was not paying attention. Was not paying attention. I'm over here now. You can see the difference in health when the bleed proc transitions them into phase 2, and when the normal attack transitions them. I just realized that he does that ahead of him instead of around him. So actually running towards him would probably be the best method. I've always kind of run off to the side, but I realize he's doing it in front of him, which does change the methodology a bit. The ad's about to start, so I will once again lay down and we won't miss anything during the ad, even though Twitch is once again drifting, and it will be like, oh, we're gonna run an ad at the end of this countdown, and then it waits a full extra minute before it actually runs it, so fun. Excuse me. But yeah, I'm excited. I have a group that I'm going to be running through my homebrew world in Pathfinder for the first time. And so I'll get to kind of test, and the people playing it have played Pathfinder quite a bit before this. So I'll get to kind of test out my homebrew world in Pathfinder with people who know the system well, as kind of a test run before I run it with friends and stuff. They'll be running depending on when the friend game happens, they'll be running simultaneously, but they'll be significantly farther ahead than the friend group. But it'll be nice to kind of like explore that and see how it works in Pathfinder, because I made it for D&D originally. This group was part of a Bloodlords campaign I was playing in, and then the GM for that decided to just shit on the whole thing and blow it up, and just ruined everyone's fun because he got bored of running it, and basically used any excuse he could find to end the game, and just kind of nuked the whole thing. And so we're like, cool, we're gonna go do our own thing then, since you were a jackass about this. And so we're doing a homebrew thing, which I'm excited for. I like to imagine that, I said this earlier, but it was during the ad break, so no one heard it, but I like to imagine that Radahn's on the other side, just seeing my head pop up and go, hello! Just, oh, there's the ad. Well, hey, the ad break's over. Welcome back. I wonder what that symbol up in the top left that has like the oh, it's being able to fast travel. It's the grace on the map with an X.
But those remains
Can't fast travel because I summoned someone.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Which makes sense. Nope, that's... I wanted to press Y to bring up the, yeah, so it's not there until I summon someone and then it shows up. Which makes sense, yep. Cool, that's what that is. How's your night going, Shoto? Hope you're doing well. Nice.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Man, I should go back to talking about Pathfinder, but... and I just like talking about stuff that you already know, Shoto, and there's no one else here, so I just feel like I'm just feeling void now and ranting about stuff. It isn't news to you. Wei Yang, I think that's what the, sorry, like an hour ago when I was talking about new ancestries there was at in Tianxia, I think the ancestry's called Wei Yang. like Wayang. I want to double check. Demiplane, PF2, Ancestries. Not Ancestry, whatever, it's fine. It'll be at the very bottom of the list. It is... I scrolled so far that I went into the heritages. Yeah, Wayang. 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 And there's the Yaksha, which are, like, cool. Like, look at these cool, like... So, these are, like, the new heritages, or new ancestors that came with, the Tianjia, character guide. Ignore my nails, I need to cut them. But there's the Wayang. There's the Yaksha, which is, like, almost like a Rakshasa, but, like, a little bit different. And then the Yaogwai, which is the paper craft people, which is super cool. And there's a couple more that are more up that you also get the, what are they called? The Onis. The half Oni. They're called Hunger Seeds. Let's see. There's a couple others I think were added in the... You can be a frog person, Tripkey. That wasn't added recently, but you can be one. Tanuki, you can be a Tanuki now. And yeah, these are the Circi. These are the metamorphizing bug people that like you could like your appearance and your ancestry changes significantly whenever you like the higher you level up. Skeleton, sprites, Shisk, which are porcupine people, Serengays, so like they're like caribou people that I've taken to now officially replace furbolgs in my setting because furbolgs don't exist in Pathfinder, but Serengays are close enough because I went the critical role route even before critical role kind of became, because like I think even before critical role people assumed that furbolgs were cow people, but like critical kind of cemented that with like caduceus and stuff. But even before then I was kind of imagining them as cow people, and Serengays are caribou people. They have like jewels in their foreheads. Samsarins, which are these cool like blue-skinned like spirit people that they're like reaching enlightenment and stuff. Minotaurs and merfolks are already in the game. Kitsune Kolo. I'm trying to see. There's Galomas. I completely forgot about the Galomas. You want to be the most terrifying prey animal in existence? You can be a zebra that has hundreds of eyes all around its head because they are so delicious and are hunted so often. They have evolved to the point of having eyes all over their body so they can watch out for predators, and they've evolved to look terrifying to try and scare predators off, but they still taste so good they are still hunted despite that. So they look absolutely terrifying. I'm gonna try and find a better picture because the one that they here cuts off a lot of it. They're terrifying looking, but they're goofy and I love them. And then there's the tree mechs, the Konrasu. An animal, already mentioned that. Yeah. So let's see. It's like this is the Galoma. You see like all those little like green dots on its head, and then also in its mane. Those are all, well, good job on focusing. Camera, can you focus? No? Okay, cool. You don't autofocus. But like it has like hundreds of little tiny eyeballs in its like mane. They have like these sharp nails and stuff. There's another one that's, if I can find it. It's cool looking. Do they not have it on this page? They do not. Well, PF2 Galoma. There it is. Can you be a better quality image? Whatever, it's fine. There we go. It's like, look at how fucking terrifying that thing is. Pure prey animal. They are hunted to near extinction because they taste delicious. And so they've evolved to be terrifying to scare people off. And this was this is the tree mech I was talking about. This is Kanrasu. That little black ball in the center filled with stars, that's what you're actually playing as. The multi-armed tree mech around it is just the body you have built around yourself. So, they're fucking freaky and I love them. Anyway. Sorry. Another tangent, but I figured I could share. Blah. Yeah. They're freaky. Well, if you love tangents, you come to the right place. That is 90% of my personality is going on tangents.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Ask anyone who's spent any length of time with me in real life.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Being an antisocial, introverted dude, I talk way too much about random bullshit that no one cares about. Hence why I stream, because that's basically the entire job. Just talk non-stop. It's one of the few things I'm decent at, is just talking about random bullshit that no one cares about non-stop. Please clap. Okay. Will I be up until 6 o'clock in the morning fighting this guy? Most likely.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
I'm gonna die.
After all this time.
Thank you for
But those
aggro
remains do
friends.
not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Well, can I learn to dodge any of these attacks? Alright, I was wrong. It does go around the entirety of it. Oh, imagine that hit. Well, never mind. Imagine that didn't hit. Go back to what you were doing. God damn it. I can't believe the closest I've gotten is getting to the A in Miquella. Quit making out with my other me. It's rude. I'm right here. You know, Talia, you're really like wearing some real BDSM type stuff, you know? No judgment, just we really don't want to be the target of that grab. I mean, I guess, but I'm right here. Am I not good enough for you?
General Radahn,
Well,
a
imagine
pleasure
that
to
hit.
see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
It's the dodge. Really do not know how to deal with that follow-up perk attack. If it gets to like 4 a.m., I'll start summoning like actual human help and see how that works for me. I'd rather not. I'd rather focus on trying to do it myself. To be only the second time I've ever summoned someone. The first time was just to see how it worked in Elden Ring against the first Misbegotten fight that gets you the Game of Thrones sword. But like I didn't need a more wanted to see how it worked in this game. This will be the first time I'd actually need it. I'd rather not. I'd like to do this on my own.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong
Looking
to
good.
you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I keep forgetting I don't need to wait for kill the
General Radahn,
I don't know why. I
pleasure
stood
to
there and
see
kept
you
attacking.
after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
You took a boy, Cooper. Oh, all Legend of Vox Machina is out. I should message the server and see if anyone wants to do a watch party for it. Now that it's all out. It's quite good. Third season is very good. And they're confirmed for a fourth, which will likely be the last, unless they want to split the Vecna arc across 2 seasons, which I imagine they probably would, if they're able to, but they don't necessarily have to.
General Radahn,
But it makes sense they
pleasure
split
to
the
see you
Chroma Conclave across
after
2.
all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
Be
Moog will
a
have
little
his
more of an important archetype. Who had that same gravitas, they would need 2 full series for it. Well, alright. Very excited for their Mighty Nine series. I'm infinitely more connected to and invested in the Mighty Nine. But they've also said that they're going to be changing quite a bit, or not quite a bit, but like changing some significant moments in Campaign 2 story, which I'm curious to see how that works. They changed quite a bit in this season of Vox Machina. Quite a bit. In interesting ways. And so I'm curious to know what all they'll change in Mighty Nine. Especially given how much I thoroughly enjoy that story. It's also been great because in their
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
in their Campaign 3, they're now bringing back Campaign 1 and
Lord
Campaign 2
Moog will have his dignity.
because they're like reaching the end of it. There's a world-ending like event happening, so it makes sense that these groups of characters that are very important that have saved the world in the past would like be involved in saving the world again, and so they're all like playing their old characters again, while also playing like the current characters. So it's been very funny watching them do like everyone's playing 2 characters at the same time between the Bell's Hells and Mighty Nine. It's very funny watching them like swap between characters so dramatically while they're playing. It's very funny. Like the first session they did it, Matt basically just did nothing the entire session because they were just all talking to each other. There are functionally 15 characters at the table. Very entertaining. Also, it's just nice seeing the Mighty Nine again. And like the second half of their opening episode, they were playing Vox Machina exclusively. So next episode is going to be at least starting out with Vox Machina. So I don't know what the goal is, if they're going to do this whole, they're doing this whole like each team's go on their own like mission, and so I'm assuming they'll probably like next episode will be all Vox Machina doing their mission, and then after that it'll be Mighty Nine doing their mission, and then it'll like end with Bell's Hells doing their big mission or something. Hey, me? Can I attack anything? Well, I think it's on spot. Nope. It's Gallier. Gallier is getting bird time. The fucking echoing attacks. You okay, Cooper? You're acting a little weird, like you're hiding from something. Okay, buddy, I promise. I've also, as of yesterday, or last night, started listening to Worlds Beyond Number. Brennan Lee Mulligan, Bria Iyengar, Eric Ishii, and Lou Wilson's Actual Play podcast, and only partway through their episode 0, which is like the characters as kids and kind of introducing them. It's very good so far, because like Dimension 20 is fantastic, but it's all comedy based. Like they drop out of the comedy based platforms, and so it's like Dimension 20 games are usually comedy first. Like they still do like dramatic and intense and stuff. They have like big character moments, but the goal is comedy first.
Lord Mode will have his day.
And so it's cool having Brennan GM a very serious campaign that is like very serious tone, not comedy first. There's definitely full moments of comedy for sure. Well, but it's cool that it's cool having him tell a very serious story that's like with the intention of being a more kind of intense story. Oh, wrong one. Oh, there we go. Go. Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have
Every single one of those dodges. Alright, you big bitch. Round 372.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this
Time that.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his day.
Fuck. At this rate, I should have started streaming sooner. 'Cause I feel like this is going to take me all night.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do
Wow,
not belong to
imagine
you.
if I had dodged
Lord
any of
Moog
those
will have
attacks.
his dignity.
See, part of me was kind of hoping that this would be a funny, if like I'm gonna not gonna stop streaming until I beat Radahn, and I was gonna be like 2 tries, like cool, stream in, but nope, it is the exact opposite. Going on to 4 hours of just virtually non-stop fighting this guy.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
It's gonna be starting in about 3 minutes. Could be it'll start in about 5 minutes actually. So once it gets closer, I will lay down and wait until the ads are over. That's what I'm gonna do anyway, but, you know.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those
If I get hit by that
remains do not
initial
belong to
sweep
you.
up, I'm dead. Even if I
Lord Moog will
outrun
have his
those,
dignity.
I can't outrun all of them because I don't have enough speed or movement to outmaneuver them. Okay, there we go.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
Fucked up. Should have been running. I'm surprised I dodged
Lord
that.
Moog
honestly.
will have his dignity.
Alright, other me's getting birded. snooze the ad break just in case. I don't think it will be the one, but hey. I didn't know you were coming after me. Fuck! Well, didn't need to snooze it. Oh well. Open everything else back up. Give me my mouse. You, and then you. And we're back to you. Okay. Well, I got 5 more minutes until that comes back up. So that's at least, you know, 5 more tries. But once again, that was about to the A, so that was the second Pokemon I've gotten so far.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Dodging was all wrong. I think Goober went back to bed. He's not around my chair anymore.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Well, that's wrong. Some may not be obvious. It's on me, not the Allier.
I promise you
Inverted.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Alright, well, we got 48 seconds till the next ad, so we're gonna push it. Hang out. Let the ad run. I'll probably stand up because my leg's hurting a little bit. My thigh. So I probably need to stretch a little bit. So I'll summon my peeps, and I'll stand up. Yeah, let's lay on the stairs. I'm pleasantly surprised that I get to slay at like an angle. I think in past Dark Souls games, I would be stuck straight on my head, would be stuck in the staircase, but they've actually let me slant a little bit, so it looks a little bit more natural. That's cool. Anyway, I'm gonna stand up and stretch a little bit as we wait for the ads to go. Got 1 minute of ads remaining. Got 30 seconds left until it's ready to fight and throw body against the meat grinder. That wasn't anywhere close to fitting. That's a weird shadow that I've cast. It's like a foot farther down than it should be. I'll say from this angle, it does look like I'm actually like leaning against the stairs, which is cool. Okay, back in we go.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Bird time.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
the furthest he got into the M. The C. God damn it. So close. Look at how close that is. God damn it. So fucking close. So fucking close. Sorry I've been more silent during these runs. I've been focusing a lot. We've reached the determination montage stage, but because this is live, there's no montage, and instead of cool music, it is just me being silent. Riveting content, huh? Fucking understandable. It won't really work.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Way too soon on that one. Pain.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have.
The thing is, I had gotten actually quite far in the fight with still in blast remaining, which is wild. So I thought that might have been the one with how much blast and healing capabilities I left. Nope, I got comboed into the ground. There might come a time in that fight, like in phase 2, to just, even if it wastes the blast, to be as topped up as possible, so that if I am comboed to the ground, I'll hopefully survive the sliver of health left. That's not, no. Well, off to a great start so far.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you
My eyes itchy.
after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Maybe I'm here today. Nope. That other me. Well. I do wonder what FromSoft will be doing next. I am assuming they're moving on from Elden Ring. I don't imagine they'll be doing another DLC. I think they'll probably move on from this. I can't imagine they'd be doing like an Elden Ring 2 or something on this scale again. Dan Ford from Playground mentioned well, I think I agree. they have to do something smaller. Like after doing one of the biggest games ever released, like they more than deserve to just make something nice and small, something that is more manageable, something that's lower budget. Maybe even something a little weird, like they did Duracine after, I think it was Bloodborne, between Bloodborne and Sekiro. Or it might have been after Sekiro. It was around Sekiro, which was their like VR game that they made. And they did Armored Core between Elden Ring and this DLC as well. But they've done Armored Core all the time. But they went back to Armored Core, I should say. So I would assume they're probably going to do something new and something smaller, I guess. Which I mean, given how massive this game, smaller is definitely relative. Smaller could be, you know, something on the scale of Dark Souls or Bloodborne instead of Elden Ring, which would still be a massive game, but not nearly as big as this. If anyone can kind of push past the expectation of bigger, always like more, that's plaguing the industry at the moment, it would be FromSoft. Real quick, what is the... I don't know where to check it at. Is it here? Yes. So, raises all attributes by... how much? And then this one... stores HP upon defeating enemies. HP, FP, and stamina. Wouldn't be bad. Relieves maximum HP. Not bad. Blasting of blood to phantoms. What does that mean? Don't know. I might equip Morgoth's Great Rune and just have a lot more HP. And then, because I surely I have a lot of rune arcs, right? I have 28, so that gives me 28 attempts to do this. So... that's half an attack. Hell yeah. Let's go. I could take a whole half of a full attack. Fear me, Radahn. I do wonder which would be better, that one or the one that raises like multiple stats. And I guess that is a full Mimic Tier summon worth of health.
General
so, I mean, it's
Radahn.
definitely something.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Need a little budge to wake me up. Alright, now it's on Buck's time for bird. I do think that extra health is going to be beneficial for sure. Gives me more of a buffer. Oh, because I'm curious. Which one gives me... I'm assuming this one gives you the most HP, but just in case. Elden Ring. Great Runes. Don't want to know how to acquire it. I want to know what they each do. So, let's see. Morgoth's Great Rune compared to Godric's. Let's see, because you increase by 25%. And then God increases by 5 for each. You provide no additional information. Cool. Good job. Extra life being as useless as always. I'm just gonna assume that Morgoth is the best option because I can't imagine 5 levels is more than 15%. I can check it next time just to see, but I imagine the 20 or 15, whatever I said, is more than just 5 levels.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I don't feel like that should have hit me from where I was, but alright. Way too soon for that. Alright, you have a lot more range on that than I had on those blades I thought you did. Cool. So, out of curiosity, just to see. Yeah. Virtually nothing. I don't suppose I can swap it after I've used that, can I? Fuck it, it's an attempt. No reason to waste a rune shard. Fear me, I have 20 more HP.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Okay.
Lord Moog will have his...
Alright, so let's swap back. Speaking of wasting a rune arc. 25 more attempts before I'm out of these. I wonder if your Mimic tier benefits from your Great Runes. I doubt it. Well, now I'm curious. Elden Ring does Mimic tier. Benefit from Great Rune. Imagine if I could type. Tier does not receive stats if you do from Great Runes. Makes sense. Oh wow, it doesn't benefit from any stat boosting equipment. So if you were relying on a specific piece of gear to, for instance, bump your intelligence, have to use a weapon art or a weapon, your Mimic can't use it because they don't gain that same benefit from wearing the armor. That's wild. I didn't know that.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ground crusher after that attack. So close that one attempt. Damn it. About something. Okay, does seem to be a specific number. I was wondering if the Mimic tier was like a percentage of your health. If it'd be smarter for me to use the rune tier after the rune arc after I got into the arena. I'll check next time to see if it's still 660 prior to using the
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Yeah, it might be
Lord
worth
Moog will
saving using those and put it on my hotbar and use them only when actually necessary. Here, let's put it on. I can't summon Torrent, so let's temporarily swap to you. But I'm thinking about it. Okay, so still 660. But yeah, so now I'll pop that because I believe it full heals me as well. So let's pop that when needed during the fight.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
So it does not full healing. Good to know. That does get annoying. I mean, it is less effective than I was hoping. I'm trying to do that attack though. Wow, that goes through the whole arena, huh? Oh, there goes other me. Well, even with the extra health, that attack eats through it. Why is there already another ad break? What the fuck? We just had one not even 30 minutes ago. Unless it has been 30 minutes, which I guess is possible. Time flies when you're getting your ass handed to you.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, that was basically mark. Should have healed for points. Alright, ad's gonna start in about 2 minutes, so I will pop a squat and wait. Again. Huh. Alright, I'll see you after the break. This fight sucks. That's interesting. Welcome back. Went and grabbed some lotion because apparently my hands are so dry from doing this that my skin started peeling on my hand, which is interesting. Usually, gamer palms is when they're really sweaty, not really dry. Look at me, I'm special. I'm over here now,
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I am very surprised it did not kill me. I keep drawing by the skin of my teeth. And we've done virtually no damage to him. I've already burned through 5 flasks. 6 flasks. Probably for the best. No, I was gonna get through the second page with those few flasks. And I gotta say, every DLC ends up having the strongest boss fight in FromSoft history, and they certainly lived up to that expectation here. Because in Dark Souls 1, it was Artorias. In Dark Souls 2, it was the Fume Knight. In Dark Souls 3, it was Midir. In Bloodborne, it was Maria. And Sekiro didn't have any DLC. And then in this one, it is Radahn.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ooh, a classic Zelda game might be a nice palette cleanser after this too. Don't know what I would play though.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Heal. I did not know that attack did a little shockwave like that. So I usually am the target. I usually dodge into it. This is what pain feels like. So when do we accuse FromSoft of breaking the Geneva Convention?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
There's a problem.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Fucking earthquake. Might be pushing me away, that saves me a little bit of health. Okay, you're coming after me, huh? So God, it'd be so hard to time though, but I think I need to pop the rune arc before the transition, because there's just not enough time post-transition to pop it. Like, it's just, there's just not, like, it would be a very difficult thing to try and weasel time out of to accomplish.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
attack whiffed, but God, I'm so glad I got the heal off of that whiff. So I wonder if it's better to get grabbed by that because of how much we're able to put damage on it during it. There goes another me. This is fine, actually.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage.
Give me a hug.
guided
Give me a bird
by
hug.
Compassion.
Gives my people time to get some damage out. No! Ah. Where'd he go? Where did he go? Wait. Where did he go? Where did he go? Everyone kind of stood around. Where did he go? I thought he was doing his typical, like, jump up and send a bunch of things out, but he didn't send the things out. Where the fuck did he go? Is this thing on? Hello? What? Where you go, bud? It's actually better for me to get in here
Radahn,
before Tialie spawns because of the fact that it saves him
After
from
all this
taking
time. But those remains do not belong to you.
some
Lord
of that
Moog
damage when
will
he
have his dignity.
jumps at me. Shouldn't have double healed. Transition was a bit faster than I was expecting. Fortunate. That off. If he can grab one of the other people, that'd be great, so that I can. Not me. Okay,
I promise you.
that's fine.
1,000-year
Gives everyone else a
voyage
chance to hit you,
guided
but
by compassion.
well, I just ran into that. Oh, there goes other me. That's not great. Right, non-spark time. No! Ah, that was could have been a good run. God damn it. not much, though. Yeah, that's not a lot. Sorry, I'm doing a little stinky leg, don't mind me.
General Radahn, pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Everything is awful. Jesus Christ, why is it? Hold on.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, I'm back. I think something just kind of might have fallen over in the living room, and it spooked him, and so he barked at it and sprinted in here away from it, because I couldn't see anything. Like, once I was in there, there wasn't anything he was, like, particularly trying to, like, avoid. Like, he was, like, looking into the center of the living room, like he was, like hiding behind, like, the chairs. Then once I walked in there, he then followed me in. So I have a feeling like, because it looked like one of the like a piece of paper had fallen on the ground, and so I think he was asleep, and that fell near him, and it freaked him out, and scared him. If I had to guess, but like none of the outside lights were on, both doors were still locked, and like he wasn't like trying to get to anything, so seems like it's fine. He's not like laying at the door, looking into the living room, like probably just like watching out for something. But he seems to be okay. Excuse me. So, sorry about that. But your dog suddenly bark sprint into your room and scared something.
General Radahn,
Yeah, check it out.
a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, wow, we got not the attack I thought you were gonna do. Now you're gonna do it. Couldn't find an opportunity to heal or use my arcs. He's not at the door anymore, so it's just listening in, see if I hear him doing anything. If I hear him like growling or something, I'll go check on him again.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Also, sure, feel free to go to
After
bed
all
because
this time.
I assure
But
you,
those remains
I'll
do
still
not
be
belong
going
to
to
you.
you.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
If you're still awake. Oh, went dodge for that. It's supposed to be a double jump. More attempts. Yes. plates. Quit falling over. It should put you back in your container, but I still have an unfinished mini, and these are the paintings I was using for that mini, and I guess I could just take a picture of them and put them up. Whatever. Don't judge me.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Got like 2 minutes until the ad starts. I'll wait, because after everything, I would feel really bad if I actually managed to do it like while an ad was going. So plop down, and while this ad's going, I'm gonna go just to be safe. Check the living room again, see what Cooper's up to. I'll be back when the ad's over. Welcome back. I'm eating a midnight snack. Well, a 4 a.m. snack. I don't know if you can even hear me right now, but I got hungry, so I'm eating some leftover pizza from today, from dinner. Which, don't you love when you order pizza from Pizza Hut and you ask for extra sauce so that their dry ass pizzas aren't so dry? Instead of giving you extra sauce, they give you light sauce instead, so now their pizzas are even drier. Still tastes pretty good, but like, really sucks getting just a dry ass pizza. Say, their Hawaiian chicken pizza, like grilled chicken, pineapple, ham, added bacon and caramelized onions to it, and then stuffed crust, because this is my free pizza for ordering like 10 other pizzas. You get one free. Woo. Despite it being dry, all pizza's good pizza. Okay. Food in my gob. Energy level slightly higher. Surely that's all I needed, right? Next one's the one, right? Thank you for waiting, boys.
General Radahn,
Way too soon.
a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
It's not this time. It's not the charm. I've also been listening to a lot of Tom Cardy songs recently, and they're all fantastic. Hot Shit, and one of his most recent ones, a bunch of fucking Draclias learning to play the flute. Is at least one of the lyrics. I think that's what it's called. Is something Draclia's playing flute. At least is the name, but that one's fantastic. Has a very good instrumental to it.
Radahn. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Why I rolled towards that? That was stupid of me. Oh, game just froze. Learn to just roll away from that. Oh, I guess my mimic tier died at some point during that. That sucks. The thing is, there's a non-zero chance at this point that I could probably take this boss out if it was just me and my mimic tier. But the lore...
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I died during that. I didn't die during that. there's nothing you can do against that if you get hit by it. 'Cause getting hit by one gets you hit by 3 other attacks. Fuck me, man. The closest we've gotten is getting down to the word Miquella in his health bar. And that's because a good, like, sixth of that, or third, I think even like a third of that, fourth, was done after I had died. They went from the A in Miquella, or not the word Miquella, the first word in the second phase, from the A in Miquella was all done post-mortem. I didn't sell my
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
We've reached salty hour. Been fighting this boss for almost a total of 7 hours. Maybe even inching closer to 8. Depending on how much of last stream I spent fighting him. Can you fucking summon him? God.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Barely any damage. Alright, fuck it, let's start summoning human help. if I can meet Melania by myself. I mean, the likelihood of someone putting their summon sign down at 4 o'clock in the morning isn't very high, but... Cool. All right, well, it was an idea. Anyway, cool. I can't because oh my god, because I used it. I can't help
General Radahn,
Great.
a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. So I'm on my own. General
I know it's
Radahn,
late, but I figured someone would
a pleasure to see you
down, but cool.
after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Might as well get slightly comfier if I'm going to be here for the next 28 hours. That wrong thing.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Son of a
Lord
bitch.
Moog will have his dignity.
Oh my, really bundled up this fight. Fucking god. I just ran into that. travel through that, apparently. I didn't know that. That was fully unintended. Everyone's already at half health.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Also, FromSoft, it'd be nice if after you've heard an NPC say their opening lines for like, I don't know, like 5 times, you stopped having them say it every single goddamn fucking time, so I don't have to listen to the same 30 seconds of Ansbach saying the same line over and over again. It'd be great. Just, you know, just like slightly less annoyance would be great. Also, I'm to the point where I'm not stopping for ads anymore. You're not missing anything. I'm gonna be at this for hours. Like, you're not missing anything. You're just missing another death.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
If a death happens to line up with the ad starting, or I die during an ad, I'll stop.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm not gonna sit around waiting for the ad like I've been doing, because it's just a waste of time. I didn't think you were coming after me. That was my first hit you, but alright. I forgot the upswing earth shake. You know, I preferred you when you were on your horse. Oh my god, my neck and back. One of these times I'll look into a victory. Wouldn't that be great?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. It is pretty good easy thing to watch this game. Oh, jolly. Let's see, bud. We'll imagine any of those hit. Alright, third time for me.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Alright, we'll start showing it. There goes either me. Dead. There we go.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Welcome back. You missed nothing. I died twice while you were gone. Isn't that riveting? The sad thing is, I used to consider myself at least like
General
decent at
Radahn.
FromSoft games.
A pleasure to see you after
Apparently
all
not.
this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
wish that didn't blow up behind him. Because we've been taking too much damage. Didn't even get the bleed proc going into phase 2. That's great. Cool. Full fucking waste of the rune art. Great. Out of curiosity, how much does it cost to buy one from the husks? And is there a limited amount that I can buy? $5. Cool. Oh, 3. So I can buy a total of 8. And yours are double priced. 'Cause of course they are. Cool. So I burned through the last 13 of these. I can then go grind for a while and get 8 more attempts with extra HP. Yay. We've reached the sad boy zone.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have them.
God, the fact that it hits so far ahead of him, too. Soon. All my flasks in phase 1. I definitely don't need healing in phase 2. me? Can you not just sit there and take a bunch of attacks? For now, I'll look at this, but... Wait, don't I have that? I swapped the wrong one, apparently. I noticed that they just like add like a shit ton of more people into the picture. That's funny. Just, oh, hey John, what's up? Ah! Just too many cooks. Too many cooks. Oh, all Crucible Toss. Oh, that's cool. So less damage critical hits, better dodges. That's cool. Why is it? Oh, because I didn't actually select it. That's why. Okay, good. Just making sure it's selecting the right one. That's not a terrible idea, honestly. Okay, let's just try this. 'Cause the thing is, we're not getting successive attacks in anyway, so... And my flask gives me the exact same benefit regardless. Like the same boost to successive attacks, so.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Hopefully having, you know, this much more health, that'll make a big difference, you know. This could be life or death, you know. I wonder what, like, I don't think it's possible. But I'm curious if there's a maximum limit of how far the bar will progress across the screen before it stops growing larger. But you can, like, you can still upgrade it. Like, because, like, it wouldn't, like, go off screen, I imagine. It wouldn't, like, make the bar below it or something. So there must be, like, a maximum, like, visible limit for the size of the health bar. Unless it's just impossible to reach that point, even no matter how many levels
will have his dignity.
So I know that, like, at a certain point you get diminishing returns. That's what I wonder if there's a point where you just, like, it cannot go any higher. It's going to be like at 99, maybe. No, I think I've seen it go to like and it's that. I don't know why I tried to heal there. That was stupid of me. But yeah, like I wonder if there's like a limit or something. My assumption would be yes. I would assume that there must be a limit of some sort. Just don't know what it would be. Or if that, like, you can only reach it through modding, and they just didn't bother putting in a limit because of that. I'm so tuned to try it without the summons to see if him with less, without the increased health and defense, how well I can fight him. But in the off chance I manage to actually beat him, I don't want to do that because then I lose out on that sweet lore that may or may not exist.
Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have it.
A little dagger on your hip, and a sword on your back, and a sword on your other hip. You have a lot of sheaths and swords and stuff. When you seem to really only use the two, I wonder why. I don't imagine it's something you would lose. Like I don't imagine you would lose these two. Ooh, I don't walk into that. Like it'd be very difficult for you to drop these two swords. Well, I don't think Tiali is going to phase 2. Concerning. Oh, he made his phase 2. Not gonna last very long in here, but hey, you did it. Good job, Tiali. Yeah, good job, other me. You're really showing them how it's done. Seeing the other me just sprint and jump fruitlessly into the air is really fun. Osu is life. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to my eternal torment. I should double check. I still think it's better to actually get the hug that gives everyone a chance to get attacks in. That. I hope you're doing well. I am suffering. I'm on my 6-hour today of fighting final boss, but I think I'm probably like well, imagine any of those hit. But puts me on, I think, close to 10. Oh, by the Allier. You tried. Oh, this again. I'm fine with that. It's actually fairly easy to dodge, but there goes other me. Alright, on spot. On spot, you and me. We don't need those other losers. Alright. That lasts forever. Alright, well, there goes all the lore. And I've been hugged. And there's no one to take advantage of it. I'm sorry, I admittedly was not paying attention, which sucks. That's the first time you actually died, and so I didn't get to hear what you said. Something about becoming a lord for men or something. I'll try. So here's the thing. You still have all your extra health. Well. Yeah, you have all your extra health and defense, but now it's just me, which is not ideal. So yeah, so what's with all these little scabbards? They don't even look like they have weapons in them. Are they decorative? Your big swords don't fit in those. What are you wearing those for? Are empty scabbards in vogue? Your fashion sense perplexes me. But yes, it is highly likely this stream will go for at least 10 hours, because I am just throwing myself against the wall and hoping it works. The closest I've gotten is down to the first word in the second phase, which I think is Miquella, or maybe it's Radahn. I don't know. But the thing is, it went from the A in like the last word in the name down to that point after I had died. So the closest we've gotten was a post-mortem.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, so if he goes after someone else with that, I do have the chance to get out of it. That's good to know. Of course, that relies on him choosing to attack someone else other than me with it. Which, you know, I have no way of controlling that as far as I know. Good to know that that is a theoretical possibility that I could avoid it. About 30 minutes ago now. Get the burpees. I say pizza as if I had more than just a single slice of pizza left. Okay. About half health is a pretty good amount going into phase 2. Not the attack you usually do. Don't hug me. Well, that's unfortunate. Probably won't get this off quick enough. I just did. Woo! Alright, well, we started off good, and then I immediately just bumbled the whole thing. That's great. Excellent use of that flask. So you can't damage him when he's doing that. Good to know. I call shenanigans on that, but hey, what do I know? What target is the block? I think like playing pot style would be an interesting way to play the game. You guys don't have anything. Well, there goes either me. Tiali is about to die as well. This is going great. I don't know why I decided to run towards that. Oh, I realized I don't have any flasks. Oh. Tiali, I am surprised. Never mind. Maybe like I'm surprised he's still alive, and then alright, well if I just walk into his attack like that. Yep. But like I do wonder how viable pot builds are because you have to craft them. But they are, but like you have to go and there are finite resources you have to go and restock. How tedious that would be if you go like pure pot build, because you'd have to go and farm resources every now and then, like you to go build that back up. And supposedly Radahn's supposed to be weak to rot, but I've yet to see him actually get rotted whenever I've been using the this thing. So, you know, I gave up on that about 6 hours ago, because just straight bleeding seems to be significantly more effective than trying to rot him. Hell, Tiali's poison seems more useful than trying to rot him. Alright, well, when you start off with that, pretty much just gives me no chance. So quite rude.
Remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Alright, we've yet to hit you, and I've already used 2 flasks. Things are going great. I keep fucking forgetting to not go towards that. I need to get the fuck away from it because it has like a 20-foot radius around them that you just cannot avoid. If just I need to fucking stop rolling into that attack. Just walk away. Do pot build very rarely. Makes sense. I'd also love to do like one of the Smith script builds at some point, because those seem really fun. Just having infinite thrown weapons, FP, you know, dependent, but it seems like a fun play style. If you do that attack, it's much better.
General Radahn.
Well, if I
Pleasure to see
roll
you.
easily enough.
After all this time, but those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will.
I don't know why I'm sitting like this. Like this. Why am I sitting in a weird angle? Like, let's, you know, face the screen and make it where the camera can actually see me. Wouldn't that be a novel idea? I said this before, I'm pretty sure at this point, with enough like how much practice I've had, I'd probably be getting a lot closer if I didn't summon Tialier and Ansbach. But lore, and I don't know if it'll be a thing to where like, oh, if you beat him with them, then they'll show up afterwards and you can talk to them or something, or if I have to like keep them alive for the fight, or maybe they don't do anything and it's a waste of time. I don't know, but in the potential future of maybe lore, I would like to try and keep them alive.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
Yeah, so
Moog will have
the
his
scabbard
dignity.
in your back, on your back, underneath your cape has a blade in it, but the 2 at your hips don't seem to. Why did that attack not happen? No, you do have a blade in at least the one on the right. It's just usually it's clipping into your chest. Oh, and on the left too. Okay, so you do have a full 3 extra blades in case your 2 blades you actually use get lost, I guess? You get bored of using them? I have many questions for Dawn. I don't think I'll get any answers, but I have questions. Ads will be happening in a minute and a half. Post for like 2 minutes, so let's see. Can you not deviate from your typical attack pattern, please? Now you do it. Thanks. Just wanted to. Okay, I'm gonna get my thing off. Stop trying. I forgot you can't be hurt when you're doing that attack, which is super cool. Who's gonna die first? Moonfear, Tialie. I'm putting money on Moonfear. Nope, it was me. Secret third answer. Me. No, it's not. Sorry, Tialie, way ahead of you. I'm already gone. Alright, well, while the ad's running, I'm gonna lay down and wait so no one misses anything. Because you surely don't want to miss me dying again, right? It's the only thing actually happening. Just gonna plop on down and wait for Twitch's fucking mandated ads to burn through. But of course, it always says, oh, your ads are starting and now, and then they don't actually start for another like 40 seconds, which is, you know, great that you prepare for ads when they say they're going to give ads, and then they don't do it. Why? Do. There it goes. That's not stable enough. You'll stay there. 40 seconds. Stop falling over. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Welcome back. Anyway, let's go die about 30 more times. I should summon you.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his due.
Dodge too soon. Can you stop running at me and run to the enemy? Other me is real useful. I don't know if other me's realize that we were kind of in the middle of a fight. Never mind, no we're not. You had the right idea. cool doors back there. What if we'll get to go through them? Just, you know, pop on the other side. America, Miquella's been back there. Why not me? I'm the actual Elden Lord now. Dormammu, I've come to die again.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to
I don't know why I decided to get an attack in there. That was stupid. Ow. You turned around quicker than I was expecting. Burning through flasks way too quick. Doing stupid shit. Sometimes I do this first phase real easy. Well, no. Somewhat decently. And then other times I just blast ass. And just waste time. I said this at the start of the stream. But God, I wish FromSoftware would just let you instantly summon NPCs instead of wasting my time waiting for an NPC to just pop in. They're not players. Just let them be in the game.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
No, need to get away.
Those remains do not belong to you.
Oh, I'm gonna get hit by this then.
Will have his dignity.
Yep. Didn't have enough time to run. Alright, I'm over here now. Cool. Just used all your annoying moves back to back to back. That's great. Good moves, good moves. Millie Ryanier. Rhine, whatever. Like, I wonder if that says anything in reverse. No, it doesn't. We're reaching the point in the night where I feel nothing but apathy. I was hoping to be done like 2 hours ago at the latest.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Well, I just stood there and took that. You coming after me? No. Right, the punish on block. Still have no idea how to dodge that, so I've basically just given up, and anytime he sucks me in, I'm just swinging, get a little bit of damage out, because I'm going to get hit by whatever is coming up next anyway, so might as well. Stupid, shouldn't have attacked. Shouldn't have tried to heal. Well, remember when I was consistent getting to phase 2 about 20 minutes ago, and that's all gone? I stopped waiting for ads. So I'm gonna go back to not waiting anymore. Just focus on throwing myself bodily at the wall until the wall is weakened enough that either I break or it breaks. Let's waste 40 seconds waiting for the summons to show up.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Me too.
Lord
Stop
Moog
pulling
will
them
have
away
his
all the time.
dignity.
I'm pulling it farther away from them, and so it's harder for them to Actually, I rolled way too early there. Got hit by 2 of them. Cool and fun. I just noticed there's like bodies on the ground, like crawling towards the like frozen into sand and crawling towards the gate. That's morbid. I remember the one time I got into phase 2 and I still had 12 flasks left and I squandered it entirely. Wasn't that great? Man, if only. Ooh, not doing your typical. There it goes. Alright, Onslaught got bird time. Don't know why I didn't try to dodge that. Never know why that only targets me, and I didn't roll through that again. Good job, me. Well, that comes out a lot faster, huh? Oh, there goes other me. That's not great. You're kind of my main damage dealer, bud. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Jesus Christ! It just turned me into a blender. What are you supposed to do with that? That took off all of my health. Couldn't do anything. Fuck me, man. This fight is basically boiled down to luck. Whether or not he does certain attacks or not entirely determines my chances of success. If he does whatever that attack was, I'm fucked. Doesn't matter how well I've done the rest of the fight. As soon as he pulls out the blender, it eats all of my health. In one attack, even though I have like absurd health, it's gone. Especially since he immediately follows that attack up with a different attack that also hits the entire field.
General Radahn.
It's very hard to avoid.
A pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. A bunch of swords to the face. Cool. I'm gonna look at how to avoid those big fucking shotgun attacks, because I'm surely there's some way to avoid them without using a shield. Radahn. I'm sure eventually one of these results will be the right one. Nope, that's Star Scourge. Still Star Scourge. Blah, 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 blah. Still. There you are. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about your fucking tips. I don't care about your strategy guide or whatever. Affects your life. No one gives a fuck. Give me the actual information. You're a wiki, not Prima. Get the fuck over yourself. God, you had to scroll through like 40 fucking pages worth of just fluff text. Okay. Spinning gravity bomb, no. Six flash, no. No. Says gravity jump, no. Gravity meteor, no. Pulls you and your summon swords him in a massive AoE, triggering a flinch, dealing slight damage. Oh, the ground slam, radiant gravity spikes through
ground and a large area. The initial dodge window is very tight, but it's possible to avoid the pull by rolling backwards as soon as you see Radahn cross his sword with gravity magic. If you do get pulled, you can avoid the ground slam by follow up by dodge spamming away from Radahn immediately after the pull. I disagree. No. Done that. It doesn't work. But alright. How about when you do it in phase 2? Identical dodge to phase 1. Sure. Okay. So, basically, a whole lot of nothing. Cool. Don't know what I expected from Extra Life, but I got about what I would normally get. Anyway, so really the only way to avoid that is if you manage to avoid the initial pull. So I need to try and get into the habit of dodging away from him whenever he pulls his swords up like that, when he does like the big cross, which is sucks because there's like, I think there's 2 different moves that he does with that. Yeah, that one was the other one. Which that one you have to not dodge and wait until, well,
A pleasure to see you.
that's just
After all this time. But those
that one you
remains
have to
do
wait
not
and
belong
dodge
to you.
into it
Lord Moog
when he
will
almost
have
hits
his
you,
dignity.
which I guess there's enough time if I did dodge backwards to recover and dodge forward, potentially, depending on how quickly I can stand up. No, I don't think there's a way to. I think it's too slow. Well, you know, it is what it is. I would like to stop this. Please let me stop this.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Imagine I hit that. Nice. Well, I didn't expect you to do a full 180 and attack directly where I was. Fucking stop doing that so we can actually hit you. That'd be great. Two people are involved. Nope, it's just gonna be me. Okay, other me's dead, which is not great, but not the end of the world. You're going to attack me. Oh wow, you didn't attack me. Weird. Hey Tialia, what are you doing over there? I just realized he hasn't gone for the grab at all yet. Then again, he's also still, and we've barely done any damage to him this phase, which is, you know, cool. Oh, there he goes. Alright, out of healing. And Kelly, if you could get a poison off on him before he dies, that'd be great.
Come on you, Lord. Lord, not for gods, but for men.
Oh, Tialia, good knowing you. Wow, you survived that? I'm genuinely impressed. Now you're dead, but... Oh no, you've been picked up. Oh, is this the second time you've been birded? It is. Oh, is that... Okay. So the second time does damage. Where did you go? Oh! Oh! So that's an attack you can do. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. That is one of Radahn's signature attacks in the base game. What the fuck was I doing against that one? Okay. So cool. So now I know when I get low on health, he will do that attack, which, great. I don't know what I'm supposed to do against that attack because that's the first time I've ever seen it, and it has taken me like 8 hours to get to that point. So,
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
I wonder if you only
Lord
summon
Moog
Yali
will
if
have
Yali
you.
says something. It's like, obviously Ansbach always says something. I wonder if because Ansbach's here, his lines override Yali's lines. And like, I wonder if Yali says anything. Well, bad not having a chat. Again, I rolled into it like a fucking idiot. I definitely jumped there, and it still hit me. Cool. Oh, I've burned through all of my flasks in phase 1 already, which is not great. Yeah, 5 flasks for all of phase 2. Cool. Yeah, you get him, other me. You got it. I don't remember how long it took me to beat Millennia, but I'm pretty sure this is the longest I've ever taken to beat any FromSoft boss. Also, I realized I said Midir earlier for Dark Souls 3's hardest DLC boss, but I realized I think it actually goes to Gale, but I never actually fought Gale because like 75% of the way through that DLC, my Xbox at the time died, and so I never actually beat the Ring City
General
DLC.
Radahn, a pleasure
so
to see you. After all this time.
someday I have to do
But
that.
those remains
I never
do
actually
not
fought Gale.
belong to you.
I think Gale is
Lord
considered
Moog
to be
will
the
have his dignity.
boss. Again, rolled into it. Absolute dipshit. Roll away. Okay, so if you're like kind of in the middle of that, it just constantly hurts you. Its hitbox doesn't have like a refresh rate. It is just bop, 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 bop. Damage tick, damage tick, damage tick, damage tick, and you're dead. So good to know. It's better to just sit in the middle of it. If I miss the dodge, it's better like to get out of the initial pull. It's better to just sit still and take the center, because the center at least like it pulses out, and so it's only 1 damage tick if I get hit in the center.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I've been sitting here so long now that my arms are starting to hurt from, you can see how red it is from having them rest on these armrests. So I'm going to try and adjust my posture a little bit so that I can kind of hang between my legs. Next time I'll only summon Tialia and see if Tialia says anything. I don't think he does, but hey.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, time to find out. Okay, so let's just summon Tialia and see if he says anything. Answer is no. Didn't think so, but hey. He's not a wrong wonder. And he definitely has a lot less HP and defense with just Tialia. Let's see. Any lore if Ansbach or how do you spell Tialia? It's TH something. THIOLLIE survive Radahn. Do. So I at least get their loot afterwards, whether they're here or not. Alright, so it seems like aside from what they say during the fight, there's no actual difference of having them around or not. So fuck it. Let's have a few attempts without them and see how well me and my mimic tier do on our own without the buffed HP and defense. There's an extra attack. Hey, other me, can you get in here and start drawing aggro? That'd be great. Dude, but I mean, way less defense and HP. Holy shit, way less. By an almost absurd amount. Again, rolled into it like an idiot. Realized I was just standing in the middle of the pillar right there like an idiot. So it got me. But kind of pays too much quicker without the extra HP and defense. So, you know, this might be viable. Sorry, Ansbach. Sorry, Tialier. But I've reached the don't give a fuck anymore stage. Oh. Let's call him over on that one then. Sinking. Yep, I was thinking. There we go. That's when I stood up, my shirt got pulled up somehow. So, shut off. Lower back for all the viewers. Scandalous. He was not. I wish I could move these. Wait, can I? What if I just lower them all the way down? Come on, move. Eh. Almost there. Come on. Here. Oh, much better. Oh, much better. Alright, and they're now kind of pinching my fat ass thighs, but at least they're not digging into my arms anymore, so that's great. Nope. Sorry, Onsbach. Force of habit. Well, mistimed both of the dodges. Good job, me. Tied up in my cables. Especially if I run into my fucking summon. Fucking stupid ass me. My dude again. So we're definitely doing way less, like, have way less damage output for sure, but I'll give it like 3 more attempts, and then I'll try seeing if there's any like human that can summon again. Last time there was no one, so I doubt it'll be this time, but. Really fucked that up, didn't I? dodge. We also put up way less bleed consistently, so he bleeds a lot less. Which makes me wonder if it's worth trying rocks. No, he just bled, never mind. I don't know how I survived that, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, that attack, there's nothing I can do about it unless if I don't get that initial dodge back. Cool, now that still hit me. One more try and I'll summon a human. Or try. See if there are any available at least. Again, I fucking rolled into it, god damn it. Both whipped down, huh? Cool, waste of a Runard. Great. Alright, let's summon a human. Or try to. And 6 attempts. Fuck me. I wonder if it's because I have a password and DLC passwords aren't working. Oh, here we go. P6. Ashera. Interesting. Esoleto muertas. Okay. Very funny names. How about up here? I guess they're all down there. I guess that's the point of that, is that it pulls them all there. Estro. Ooh, I like your getup. You know what? Sure. Come on, Estro. Which I make sense given their armor. Let me then heal. Well, that sucks. Alright. Well, now we're into phase 2 by myself with a buffed boss. Ooh, you got an interesting getup. I might summon you. Geeber. Actually, yes. You look like a tank, and a tank is what I could use. Hawking. Me and Giebert. Wow, I'm just taking it up the ass right now, alright. No! Fuck! Ah, damn it. He was doing good though. Ah, damn it. That's the best round one I've done in a long time though. That's concerning. Where'd they all go? Well, where'd they all go? Do I really want to summon you again? Ooh, wait. Haste the Third. Sure. Okay. All right. Ooh, thank you. Hell yeah. All right, this guy's ready to fucking go. I just realized he's using a weapon he can attack from behind his shield. That's incredible. Holy shit, this guy. Oh, this is the first time using this move. Sorry, second phase off. Thing is, I'm dreading whenever he goes with this guy because I've yet to see them, like, that attack in full. I'm very concerned it's going to just one-shot me. Haste. Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you. Ah. Ah. Oh, you're a lifesaver, Haste. Oh. Oh. I'm done. Okay. Remembrance of Radahn, consort of Miquella. The power, blah blah blah. In their childhood, Miquella saw in Radahn a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so, Miquella made his heartfelt wish that Radahn would one day be his king consort. Let me snooze this fucking ad. Oh, Haste the Third, MVP. Oh. Oh. Also, this is one of the few times where they've actually used, like, gender-neutral pronouns for Miquella. That's cool. Oh, it's all the way over there, huh? Here, let me swap this back to you. And so I have... Ooh, okay, there's stuff going on there in the center. Let us go together. Huh. Okay. Touch memory. I will do that in a moment. Let's get a level up, shall we? Let's get this to a nice, even 50. Nice. Oh, there's Tialia. Tialia's hidden needle, mask, garb, gloves, and trousers. Dark tries those who wield poison in secret, ever scorned and loathed. The dark attire of those who wield poison in secret. The silver hair is arranged in the same style as St. Trina's, increasing arcane. Additionally, countless needles are sewn into the exterior, apparently for talismanic effect. Mask upon which is carved a tranquil, sleeping face. The silver hair is arranged. Just once, Tialia was granted the sweet repose of velvety sleep. The remainder of his days we spent attempting to recapture it. Concealed weapon used by Tialia, of a design generally favored by poison wielders for dark and subtle purposes. Like St. Trina, who blossomed in the deep purple garden, a rich poison is secreted from within, which sends its victims into an eternal sleep. Sleep evermore pierces the enemy deeply with a poison-coated needle that delivers eternal sleep. If the follow-up strike lands upon a foe who is already in a state of slumber or eternal sleep, it will deal significant damage. Cool. Hey, Ansbach. Wise man's mask. Ansbach's attire. Manchette's boots. Obsidian lamina and furious blade of Ansbach. Ooh. Ooh, his hand's glowing. I wonder why his hand's glowing. For a second, I thought his leg was moving. Cleaves through enemies with blood flame blade summoned from side of the hand. Need 19 faith for that. Incantation of Ansbach, Pure Blood Knight. Produces a blood flame blade from the side of the hand, then lunges at enemies to cleave through them. Charged to increase the number of slashes. Markedly different from the finesse sword blade of the Dynast. This is an aggressive last resort of an incantation that gave rise to Ansbach's fearsome reputation. Signature weapon of the Pure Blood Knight Ansbach, a viciously keen and slender scythe made for combat. The obsidian edge relies not upon trickery to fulfill its violent purpose. Only well-honed skill is required to rip and rend through foes, sowing blossoms of red upon the battlefield. Cool, dynastic sickle play. A finesse evasive skill that creates space to maneuver. Inputs dictate direction of the backstep. Follow up a strong attack to perform an advancing upward slash. Press strong attack again to bring the weapon back down. Cool. Need 17 arcane, which I do have. I could wield this. It is a bleed weapon. Cool. Boots of Sir Ansbach, black leather adorned with gold embroidery. Slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. Cool. Attire Sir Ansbach, the embroidered crest of the Pure Blood Knights is now all but faded away. Slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these very reasons he was unable to let go. Cool. The Iron Master Ansbach, giving the appearance of a quiet, wise, old bearded man. But an old fear lurks beneath. Together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. Cool. And they say try healing, just out of curiosity. Where is it at? You. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Anyone out here? Just check. Yeah, because this is apparently where it used to be, according to what I just read online. Okay, so before that, I also want to go back over here into the 7th floor. There it is. Because, let me snooze this again. No, I'll wait until it's about 30 seconds, like close to timing out, just to give myself maximum time. Yep. I'll do it now. So I'm gonna snooze it until because I don't want another ad before I end. I would just like to stop. So let's go pick up her shield. Ooh, you get more than her shield. Ooh, you get a whole set? Hell yeah. Oh, you don't. Oh, I think you only get her shield if I had done this stupid like obtuse quest properly. Freya's Greaves. Greaves of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights. After witnessing Freya's valor as a gladiator in his youth, Radahn invited her to join the ranks of his most trusted warriors. Cool. Affixed with a black woolen mantle. Golden Helm of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights. A hideous scarlet wound was once hewn into the center of her face. Later, Miquella gently put his lips to it, and the unfading scar became the compass that Freya would thereafter follow. Weapon of Freya, a Redmane. Great sword decorated with a mane, much like the weapons used by her liege. The spirit of Freya's training lingers in this sword, enhancing the power of Redmane battle skills. Spinning slash. Favored by dexterous warriors. Slash foes as your body spins. Additional input allows for follow-up attack. Cool. Alright, so now let's go back over to here and see what this memory is. And then we'll be calling it quits after 7 hours. It's almost 6 a.m. Here, let me go grab these just so they're off the map. And Haste the Third was the MVP. Truly. Okay. Touch memory.
Lord brother. I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. I'll make the world a gentler place.
He uses charm on Radahn. Circle of Light. Circle of Light which adorned Miquella's head as he returned in divine aspect, has begun to fade into nothingness. Slightly boosts intelligence, faith, and arcane, while also boosting the power of Miquella's light. The circle is to be the very foundation upon which Miquella's age of compassion will be built, should it have ever come to pass. What does it look like? Doesn't look that bad. Okay. So is that it? I guess that's it. I'm gonna go see what I can get out of the soul. Alright, so I can either get Lord or Light. About to have to snooze the last time I could snooze. Great swords of black steel wielded by Radahn in his youth. A pair of weapons that carry a lion mane motif. These were his possession immediately before his triumph over the stars. Hold on, I'm trying to wait until the last possible second. The swords of a lord who does not rely on physical strength and gravity alone. Yeah, let's go ahead and snooze it. Better be safe than sorry. Unique skill, Promise Consort. Imbue the 2 great swords with the light of Miquella and deliver a slashing attack accompanied by columns of light. Additional inputs allows for up to 2 follow-up attacks. And then, same description, but light speed slash. Assume a luminous form and leap forward to deliver a downward slash at the speed of light. This attack will be followed by an additional light attack. Charged to increase power of the skill and number of follow-up attacks. Interesting. Both require 3 more intelligence and a lot of faith. Annihilates foe with a pillar of light. Ah, this is the big one. Strength of Miquella upon his deific return, wielded as an incantation. Annihilates foes with a pillar of light. Miquella sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. Interesting. I'll get this one, I guess. Any new equipment? Yes, young Ooh, that's cool. The golden helm worn by Radahn in his younger years, proudly displaying his heroic red hair. It is fitting attire for a lion. When millennia, Blade and Miquella let the rot flower blossom in Ionia, Radahn heard a murmur in his ear. Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort. Huh. Interesting. That's cool. Then the golden armor worn by Radahn in your years, probably Okay, so same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm out of snoozes, which is unfortunate. Cool. I like it. But I don't think there's anything else I can do as far as I know. Like, I don't think there's anyone that I need to go talk to in the Lands Between, or in the Shadow Realm. I don't think there's even any NPCs left for me to talk to. And I could go talk to the grandma, see what she has to say. But like everyone else is gone. And so just to make sure, is there anything I can do after Miquella? Ooh, St. Trina, I need to go visit her. Alright, yep, that's it. So let me go get this thing from St. Trina. You'll miss it if there's anyone even still here because of ads. Unfortunately, I can't snooze them anymore. But apparently I just got a flower on my hair, which is cool. But that'll be it. Anyone who's here, thanks for hanging out and watching. I appreciate you. Sorry for getting upsetty spaghetti during that, but I'm glad that... Oh, you're on the ground. That's sad. St. Trina's Blossom. Oh, I don't like that you're just, like, shoulders, like not even like a full torso, just like from here up. That's really disturbing, honestly. Saint Trina's blossom. Saint Trina's life withered and fell, as fleeting as the seasons. At her last, she left a single water lily. Slightly boosts max 8 FP. Despite the velvety purple hue, the flower is in no way poisonous. It merely blooms in quietude. Wait, I take more piercing damage with it? Wait, what do you mean minus 0.8? What? Oh, lovely. Yay. All right. That's where we'll end it. Where should we go? Oh, we'll end it in the final boss arena. Seems appropriate. I was going to do it in like the blue fields because it's pretty, but now this feels more appropriate. So, this is where we call it an end. After so long. Like 9 hours of just this boss fight, and it took Quick the Third to push me over the end. So thank you, Quick the Third, whoever you happen to be. You are a lifesaver. I'm going to go to fucking sleep. Thank you all for watching and hanging out. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful night. Let me, Also, 202 hours to finish this game entirely. There's a slight wanting me to wait this last 6 minutes, but I'm not. Just to get to the 202, but it's fine. Surprised there's no achievement for finishing the DLC, but oh well. Alrighty. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you next time. Oh, wait, everything froze. There we go. I'll see you next time with whatever I decide to do next. See you then. Goodbye.